And hello everyone, it is. It's a Sunday novel night, something. Well, first of all, I decided not to waste my sleep at night. That's why I finished earlier yesterday, and this game is really so good that I simply can't wait till Saturday night. Must continue today. I definitely want to get every single achievement here. It's kinda sad that only 3 episodes were released, not all 5 of them, and 5 of them will be released only in 2023. So, episode number 4 will be in fall. So take a lot of time. Oh, so we have 2 more characters here on the screen. Fox and yeah, so far we know only 2 of them. Yeah, we did speak to all, but didn't see it, only its shadow. Anyway, let me check the sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, sound is working. So looks like we replayed several times like usual and used different save files because my date's episode number 5 there will be several endings. I did predict several of them, like nobody can join this crowd of furry animals, or return all the children that are missing back to the real world. At least 2 endings that there might be more. So, this is episode number 3. Oh, I believe it's even longer than episode 2, maybe wrong. So, he's the one who hated Maburin. You think he did it? How kid can do this? Hey, kidding me, kids? It's kinda stupid. I've heard he's a weirdo. The warm farewells Romka and Biasha shouted at the back of fleeing Simeon echoed inside my head.
Горло тебе перережу, слышишь?
I'll cut your throat, you heard? I don't remember this, but okay. They say something like, you'll get it in school, but cut your throat? I don't remember this.
Свинья!
Porky. Was Romka serious about his threats? Would he chase his former friend deep into the forest and then what? Kill him? Just like that? No, that can't be right. I hurriedly rubbed my glasses. The glasses! Simeon was clutching them in his fist while trying to escape. A barrage of kicks and slaps from his friends. Former friends by now. So I thought like several weeks passed because at the beginning it was no, Wova disappeared at the beginning of January. Okay, so it's not several weeks, just 1 day. Anyway. And in just a couple of hours, this lost item was lying on the ledge of my window. It was hard to imagine that Soma suddenly got guilty, coincidence, and returned my glasses in such a strange way. So, there's 2 questions what happened to the kids. They were converted into animals, but I really doubt it because right now they said only that Anton, the main character, is one of them. Not anything about this peak, and nothing about Voa because, as we remember, Fox said that he's inside the garage. So no. I don't think that missing kids are these animals, but animals can be kids who can turn into animals. So the question is, were they original humans, or they were original animals? I still think that Anton is one of them because in the past he was just bunny. Her. And someone turned into the child was found by other people and adopted by this family. Yeah, that's it. Looks like it's right. I was shocked but kept walking toward the classroom, accompanied by nasty whispers all around me. That photo still stood before my eyes. Simeon has gone missing. Simeon's gone. His fat fingers will never get to my throat. Will never, but if they'll find him, His silent drink won't smash into my chin. He'll never humiliate me again. Wasn't that what I wished for? On the other hand, did I really wish Simeon to become a marquee stain on the notice board? He was still someone's son. No, it's not someone's son, he's living only with his granny, so the snow parents. Or grandson, yeah, or. And he went through the same struggles as me. Did I really wish for my unseen companion to dispatch him in such a brutal fashion? I didn't know the answer. Or I was just scared of it? Nonetheless, school stats had something nice about it. Polina, the girl with a villain, was like a mountain spring, like well water that you gulp down. You already ignored her. His senses, pressing your lips against the thin outer ring of a bucket and can't even ever get enough. What if I make you one of the characters in the story I'll draw? The protagonist will save her from terrifying monsters. As soon as I thought of monsters, a bunch of my classmates slid down the rails, smirking like the xenomorphs from the Alien. I immediately quite so loud, felt larval fare this in my stomach. I didn't want to cross paths with Rom Kambiasha after what happened yesterday, especially since Simeon suddenly went missing. It's almost 9 a.m. It was the same time as the clock when we saw it for the first time. Not sure. I entered the classroom and went toward the last row. All of the chatter suddenly died down, so I walked in the incomplete silence. It felt like my classmates pushed and poked me with their stares. They carefully observed my every move. I stared at the desk with a huge pile of library textbooks on top, my fist clenched. I felt like I was the one who disappeared in that snowy forest, and my desk was finally used for something worthwhile. By the way, we can't see this character. Yeah. And his desk is pretty clean. Doesn't really matter. A small empty chair stood in front of me. The chair that once belonged to Vova was gathering dust somewhere in another classroom. Okay, we can sit down or still check the items. There's at least 3 of them. Diafim. An old cheap slide projector. I called this model a tank because it looked like one. I also had this one, but never called it tank. There was a time when I had a lot of cool fairy tales that we used to watch with Dad in complete darkness. Remember Little Raccoon and One Who Sits in the Pond, Kipling's Mowgli, and many others. I was immediately swept away by the memory of the projector's harm, of its hot casing, its bright rays hidden on the wall, turning it into a screen. It's a pity that the school slides were mostly about minerals and PAS. What is this? Nothing glossary about it. So yes, there's just these 2 items. Strange that you can click on it, but it's not available by default like you're playing some kind of quest and it's a hint. I look at the portraits of classical writers. My eyes stop on Yesenin's photo. Many think that he was suicide. He committed suicide. But there's also variants that he was killed by government. Last year I was tasked with learning my enemy poem, and Dad suggested I learn one about the dog gym written by Yesenin. I don't remember all the stanzas by now, and the last one was somehow deeply ingrained in my memory. I am sure she'll come here in my absence. Please catch her eye, go kiss your hand for me. For all my real, offensive errors asking forgiveness for her in humility. Double click here. Filmoscope. So it's not Defilm, it's Filmoscope in English, okay. Portraits of classical writers, and Every boy my age I knew had something like this in his arsenal, powder firecrackers that blow up with a very loud sound. What is it doing here in this case? I thought it's, uh, gosh, I forgot this word. Anyway, everyone knows this. Especially inside an archway. They said that they produce it in China and that a single one of them can blow your fingers off if you light it up and clench it in your hand. Especially at the black cursor type. They won't be enough to blow up plastic soldiers, but when it comes to stuff made of plaster, they should work. What? What? Box of career firecrackers. You cannot just put it on the table. And yeah, that's all. Maybe we will use them in the future? Sit down. Wait a second, you using... There was this pig sitting here before. After a moment of hesitation, I sat down at Baburin's desk, the place where I was supposed to be assigned by Lila Pavlovna at first, but your place was on the right, not on the left, but okay. Shadow resumed, as if someone just unpaused the movie.
Бабушка Бабурина такой кипиш устроила, когда он домой не явился.
Why are you saying this to me? Baburin's grandma made such a fuss when he didn't return home.
Сначала в школу прибежала, потом ментов вызвала.
So she ran to the school and called the cops.
Да-да-да.
Yes. It was him, she said. Katya snuck a cunning glance at me, then leaned to her neighbor and whispered something. Can hear it due to the music. Girls from the second row also leaned in. She shared something with them too. Whispers, nods. Look at his clothes and it's him. Just look at him. Look at his eyes. Would turn off the music, obviously I would hear this better. Kept catching her stare on myself, and neighbors stared too. The whole class was watching me. It's like they felt the need to watch me because they were searching for traces of blood on my fingers. I wanted to defend myself and shout, "Guys, listen, I'm innocent." Romka gave me a heavy, worried look. He was probably as stunned by Semyon's disappearance as everybody else. But then he directed his stare straight at my face. Felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, look! Baburin snatched his glasses yesterday and now he has them back. Murderer!" But he remained silent as if there was nothing special at all about my glasses. I might be going mad, but I think Romka knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. But it was also possible he didn't care at all, just like everyone else. Then Romka shifted his eyebrows in suspicion and stared at Katya as if informing her that he didn't believe a word she said. I wanted to believe that Romka would take my side. And Biasha, who sat sprawled in his chair with his chin pressed against the table too, but they were silent. Terrifying thought flashed in my mind. Those two could easily betray me, push me off the cliff, just like they did with Semyon. As if looking for protection, I clutched the ruler until my hand hurt.
Не надо быть Коломбо, чтобы догадаться.
You don't have to be Columbo to solve this? Well, it's famous detective. But let's check it here. An American crime drama television series starring Peter Falk as Columbo, homicide detective with the Los Angeles Police Department. Columbo, I think.
Кто на Бабурина зуб имел?
Who had a grudge against Baburin?
Кто его вчера ударил? Поиздевался, а после...
Who hit him yesterday, bullied him, and then... The metal ruler fell off my weak fingers, hit the floor with a jingle, and that made the other kids shudder. Katya bit her tongue and squirmed nervously. Chairs scraped against the floor. My classmates moved away from me, closer to the exit, toward the teacher's desk. I was not the only one to catch wind of this change. Romka and Biasha looked around and winced in contempt. It's good that they were clearly on my side.
Да прикуси ты!
Shut it.
Бабурин, небось, с бабкой посрался и дымил.
I bet you Baburin just got a weapon from his old hack and ran off.
Скоро найдется.
They'll find him soon.
Найдется, ага.
They'll find him alright.
Во овраге, со вспоротым брюхом.
He'll run with his stomach cut open. I gulped. Imagine Soma on a snowy blanket. His face, white like a fish belly, split down the middle by the crevice of his mouth. Snowflakes falling in his glassy eyes and filling up his throat. See, I could almost hear his condensed tone. It's all your fault. Of course, Simeon did me a favor by disappearing. Thanks to him, my classmates now stared at me in awe. But that was only one side of the coin. What if I'll have to repay that favor soon? There were crickets. Paulina entered the classroom. I straightened it up in a hurry so she wouldn't see me looking like a scared critter. By the way, he has a very trouble vision, so he must sit here in the first line, like this guy, isn't it? Paulina found me with her eyes, gave me a short nod, and went to his seat. Katya rushed to her neighbors again, like a lamp rat that saw threat, and started whispering, switching her gaze between me and Paulina. It's 100% him, I tell you. Messages on pieces of paper started jumping around the classroom. Why is it so low? Ringer's drill announced the start of the class.
Так, заканчиваем бардак. Дети, встаньте.
Alright, stop messing around. Class, stand up.
Петров, тебя это тоже
Hey,
касается?
too, Petrov. Lila Pavlovna went to her desk, followed by a policeman in a uniform. With this music! That's the man that visited us just recently. Though his stare so sharp you could get cuts on it.
Здрасте.
Hello there, kids. He didn't say kids, he just say, hello. Oh, actually, hi. Not hello.
Здравствуйте!
But the answer didn't hi, but actually, hello?
Садитесь.
What a strange invitation. You can sit down, kids.
Познакомьтесь.
There was no word
Это
for kids.
старший лейтенант Константин Владимирович Тихонов.
Is Senior Lieutenant Konstantin Vladimirovich Tikhonov.
Он задаст вам несколько вопросов и проведет небольшую лекцию по безопасности.
He's going to ask you a couple of questions and give you a small PSA. Here it was a lecture about the self-defense. No. Self-awareness. Gosh, I don't know what is analogous is.
Лучше лекция от милиционера, чем уроки.
The class, living up, talking to a policeman was way better than studying. I, on the other hand, was ready to sit through 100 of hours of Russian literature just to escape the lieutenant's oppressive stare. His brown eyes felt around the classroom, looking for me. Hers stood on the back of my neck and an icicle had lodged in my gut.
А правда, что Бабурина маньяк убил?
Is it true that Baburin got killed by a serial killer?
Екатерина, ну-ка цыц. Вопросы здесь взрослые задают.
Екатерina, let the adults ask questions here.
Просто нам всем страшно.
We're all scared. Like I say, they actually zoom in, but the only scene in good resolution is this policeman. Wait a second, what is he actually a killer?
Может, убийца бродит где-то рядом?
Maybe the killer's somewhere close.
Или сидит у нас за спиной?
Maybe they even sitting among us. She said sitting behind our back. Means us, Anton. Your slight stare was directed at me. Signal stepped in between the rows of desks and started walking at an excruciatingly slow pace, brushing his fingers against the chairs he passed by. Some of the students almost broke their necks following his movements. That's how a crowd of commoners would gleefully anticipate a public execution in the Middle Ages. And he just walked, getting closer and closer to me. My question is why? I gritted my teeth to stop myself from screaming. Calm down, press. You didn't kill or kidnap anymore. He already knew the answer to his question, but the policeman still asked in a stern voice.
Петров Антон?
Petrov Anton? Why did you change Anton Petrov? Petrov Anton. Last time
Да.
at first, always. Yes?
Встань, Петров.
Stand up, Petrov. My muscle turned to stone. I got up and got myself on a chair. I felt like I could hear all my joints creak in the process. I only wished that Paulina wouldn't turn around and see the glimmers of horror on my face. If only I could be somewhere far away in the forest, digging myself into a snow pile, rolling up into a ball there. The officer stared at me as he was about to look a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. I wonder how cold these bracelets are to the touch. I imagined myself getting jailed and put into a juvenile detention center, but Nancy Simmons would constantly harass me.
Я ничего не знаю. Я тут ни при чем.
Don't know anything, I have nothing to do with this.
А тебя никто и не обвиняет.
Nobody's accusing you of anything.
Пока что.
For now. What? Personal, wait a second, how can I use it in English, this word? It's case, personal case. Secretly. Why? Why has he shown this to us? Only then I noticed a file that said case number in his hand. Just case, not personal case. It had a grey cover made from raw carton. Lobbed into the desk like a guillotine blade that slid down on someone's neck. Akin this Max Payne vibe. With a measured motion, Tikhonov opened the file, still studying me with his gaze. Got a glimpse of documents and photos that showed prints on the snow. They looked like animal prints.
Ты с Семеном Бабуриным общался?
Have you talked to Semyon Baburin before?
Я знал его всего один день.
Only knew him for a day.
Все знают, Петров его ненавидел.
Everyone knows that Petrov hated him. I turned red. You ugly bitch. I wanted to sink my teeth in the guy's face and chew out your cheek. Instead I replied with the calmest voice I could muster.
Мы повздорили вчера.
We had a fight yesterday,
Но он первый начал.
but he started first,
Я его ударил.
so I hit him.
Сильно?
How hard did you hit him?
Да нет, так.
Not so hard, I mean. I weighed my hands in the ceiling. Tikhonov looked at my fist as he was surprised that I managed to hit the big kid from the photo. Surprisingly, Lilia Pavlovna came to my rescue.
Бабурин проблемный подросток, с шилом кое-где.
Baburin is a troubled teen, true pain in the area,
Сам ко всем лез.
always picking fights with other kids. Wait a second, it was... Ah, he found the notebook of Anton, I saw it. It was very fast, but I saw it. The officer replied with a meaningful nod and fished out a notebook out of the file. Algebra.
Это твое?
Is this yours? I averted my gaze. It was a math notebook with my name in it. My classmates devoured me greedily with their eyes, felt like even the writers on the portraits squinted at me in suspicious.
Мое.
Yes,
В лесу нашли.
we found it in the forest,
Там же тракторист, что снег убирал в последний раз, видел Бабурина.
in the air where the tractor driver who was plowing snow there last saw Baburin. I started blinking in bewilderment. Are they seriously thinking that some newcomer here killed everyone? Especially Baburin? What bullshit. Ronka ransacked my school bag. His notebook probably just got lost somewhere in the bushes. The lieutenant knew about the school brawl, but was he aware of the fight in the forest clearing? Had witnesses that could testify to Simeon, and I... Oh, testified too. Simon and I are walking in different directions after that. Because there was no comment, it's hard to actually say it. I looked toward the boys, hopeful. Romka, who sat behind Tikhonov, put a finger to his lips. And when the officer quickly turned around, he pretended to pick on his nose. I deciphered his signal. Boys like Romka would probably say something like, "Snitches get stitches" in a situation like this. I finally fixed my glasses. Wait, Simeon took them away yesterday, but now they're...
Так что ты делал вчера в лесу, Антон?
So what were you doing in the forest yesterday, Anton? Hello here. Yes, only subs here. No, nothing about voiceover. And actually it's good, because I see that translation is not perfect. Well, it was an adaptation, that's right. Not a literal translation. And many things went untranslated. That's strange. Yeah, despite that this game is like horror with all this art style, spooky moments, jump scare moments, and so on, it's actually not a horror. And more than this, it's about furries. There's like anthropomorphic animals living in the forest. That's main character thinking that it's just kids that wearing masks. It might be, but anyway, it's not creepy. They're his friends. Yeah, there's some maniac serial killer, might be so. Anyway, it's not a horror detective story more.
Я в школу через лес хожу.
I go to school through the forest.
Могла выпасть легко.
It could easily have fallen out of my bag. Easily, just like me producing these half-truths.
Будь осторожнее.
Be careful out there. Before I could release whether it was a genuine piece of advice or well threats, my teacher said,
Класс. А сейчас лейтенант расскажет о правилах, которые вам необходимо соблюдать.
Which ending? The problem is, this game is not full. There are just only 3 episodes out of 5. So, there will be no ending. Obviously, I will unlock everything in this game when it will be fully released, and I unlock everything that's possible here. This third episode that I'm playing right now was released just in December, but the first one in 2020, so I can predict that the last episode will be in 2023. Obviously, all the endings, all the routes, that's it. And which I will get here, I have no idea. Lonely routes, I have no idea. Sorry. It's the first time when I'm playing it. I just started, and that's all. Lonely route like an everlasting summer? Who knows, maybe. Plus, the officer will now tell you about some rules you should follow. Friendship with Romka? Yes, it's already a friendship with Romka, but I didn't want this. It just happened. I just fighting all of them. Laugh with Polina now. I don't like Polina here.
Так маньяк все-таки есть.
So the killer does exist.
Пока мы ничего вам сказать не
We
можем.
can't many of this public for now. Romka swayed in his chair and gave me a thumbs up. Otherwise, good job keeping your trap shut. I know that even so, I didn't feel a shred of pride from his prize. After all, he was the one who threw my notebooks and textbooks into the snow. He was the one ordering Simeon despite changing his leggings later. What? No sense.
Но есть преступник или нет, вы должны четко помнить о собственной безопасности.
Whether criminal really exists or not, you should be mindful of your safety. She's like Yandere, very dangerous. If in the end it will be revealed that she is Alisa, but I doubt it's possible. They different height and... No, it's not possible.
Вас бережет милиция. Вас опекают родители и учителя. Но в первую очередь защищать себя должны вы сами.
The police, your parents, and your teachers all watch over you, but no one guards you better than you yourself.
Итак, кто там что хотел узнать?
Any questions? It's totally not a literal translation here. A stockade of arms rolls from the desks.
А у вас оружие с собой? А покажите пистолет.
А покажите, пожалуйста.
And it was not translated at all.
У нас будет охрана.
Точно!
Kids shouted over each other, throwing the policeman with questions about his pistols and gun or... Okay. In an attempt to calm down the terrors, he moved toward the blackboard. The grey file was left lying in front of me. Why? I stared at it, my breathing so rugged that I might look at like someone who just ran a 100-meter sprint. Beds of sweat rolled down my back.
Ясно.
I looked around the classroom. My classmates were catching officers every word. Only Romka was saying something.
Так.
Something to Biasha. He said that footprints and any other clues should disappear already due to the snowfall or something. Lady Paulina was staring in the window, fighting back yawns.
Объявлять комендантский час причин пока нет.
We can skip or open.
Слишком мало времени прошло с
Why it's
момента
not translated?
исчезновения вашего одноклассника.
Too little time after
Мы все
the
уверены, что он
classman
найдется живым и
disappearance.
здоровым.
We hope that they will find him alive.
Но сразу после уроков
But
вы
after
должны идти
the
домой и отчитываться перед
last time we
родителями.
must go home and it's nothing special.
Гулять
Okay.
во дворах, чтобы
Let's
вас
open it.
видели.
What? As soon as I touched the folder, Tikhonov lashed at me with his eyes. What the heck? The hand instinctively moved away as if that stare actually hurt. The officer just kept staring at me without saying a word, making me scream under the weight of his uncomfortable silence and the sneering looks of my classmates. And then he suddenly continued his speech as if nothing ever happened.
И не в одиночку, а по двое.
can try
Или
again.
компанией.
Why he's not looking? What? I clenched my teeth from surprise, pushed myself in the back of my chair, blinking in bewilderment. The officer silently gathered the documents and gave me a stern look.
Больно ты любопытный, Петров.
Well, aren't you curious, boy Petrov?
И еще раз.
Let me say this again.
Если вы заметите в поселке кого-то подозрительного, неважно, возле школы или на лесной тропинке, сразу сообщайте в милицию.
If you see anyone suspicious in the village, be it near the school or on the first track, contact the police immediately. We twice saw an old man on a black Volga car. So what the heck? You'll say nothing to this?
Телефон-то знаете?
You know our number, right? I was not able to see it, but wait a second, I saw it on the desk. In desk. It's a schedule, isn't it?
Спасибо, ребята.
Is it still 02 for Russia? Thanks for listening, boys and girls. Because, for example, in other countries it was switched to 102, 112. And 02 will not work for you.
Спасибо, Лилия Павловна.
Thank you, Lilia Pavlovna.
И это... Одноклассника вашего мы найдем.
And we'll find your classmate. Did they find anyone else who was disappeared before? I doubt. You're right, a thought flashed through my mind. Dig through enough ditches and maybe you'll be able to piece him together. Like Legos. My thoughts turned evil for some reason and I couldn't control them. Tried to switch to the lieutenant's speech about suspicious individuals. What if I saw the killer before? What if I was a hair's breadth away from them? Suspicious people. How suspicious was the first girl that wandered in the darkness? It's not her, I think. A murder that always appears out of nowhere and then dissolves into thin air with zero riddles and mystery. Could she really harm the hulking Simeon? Should I tell the police officer about her? No. What if lives of other kids depend on this? Of the cute Xenia and Boba too? Who's Xenia here? Ah, another disappeared girl. Wait, what if I get smoked for speaking up? What if they start whispering behind my back, or what's even worse, think that I'm insane? I don't understand why he remember about Alisa but not about the suspicious man that we saw twice already? Well, it was optional to click on him, but... What about him? Ronka gave me a stern look over the shoulder. I doubt someone like him would approve of cooperating with the police. Katya's braids dangled nervously behind the delinquent sitting in front of me. A hand was glued to the desk.
До свидания, лейтенант.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Tikhonov was saying goodbye to Lilia Pavlovna. Wait a second, she said goodbye, not him. He was about to leave. I'll be too late soon. Tell him about Alisa? Obviously not. But this will rise our relationship with Romka? Why? No, I'm not going to tell anything. No way. I had enough of humiliation. But due to different reason. Not this. Keep my head down like a bunny. I locked my fingers and zipped my mouth. The bell rang. Another achievement. Lilia Pavlovna passed by without looking my way. Polina left after her. My classmates went silent at the same time as if someone muted the sound on the TV. They followed me with their eyes the whole time I was passing between the rows. Judgmental looks, I felt like I was in the scopes of many sniper rifles. I squeezed through the barricade made of desks looking for Polina. But instead I stumbled into my new buddies. Ромка and Biasha were waiting for me at the notice board.
Я в тебе не ошибся, Тошек.
I was right about you, Toshik.
Пацан, не спалил, как мы чуть было свинью не забили.
Other boy, you didn't read us out. You know, us roaming up Porky. Let me check. Team boys? What the heck is this? Абидас? Абидас.
Это повело бы милицию по ложному следу.
It would have given the police to a false lead,
Наверное.
I think.
А вы точно не имеете отношения к исчезновению Семена?
I'm sure you have nothing to do with Semyon's disappearance.
Мы-то нет, а вот ты.
No, but what about you?
Помнишь, как срулил от нас в потемках?
Remember how you bailed out on us in the darkness?
Ага, я так и говорю. Очкарик, дверь!
I was like, this four eyes is a beast.
Феодырного нагонит и кокнет на!
We'll catch up with the Patsa and end him.
Базаришь.
What he said.
Однако мы тебе верим, а ты нам?
But we believe you. Works both ways, right? Romka's stern look made me uncomfortable, so I nodded.
Вот ты славно.
Good to hear. Romka lowered his voice and looked around the corridor in suspicion. The other kids were stealing glances at us, whispering.
Что ж, Сёма пропал, это правда.
So Semyon is missing. Сёма. That's a fact.
Как и факт, что не просто пропал, а скорее всего уже сдох.
Not just missing, but most likely already dead. Biasha shuddered.
А ты почем знаешь?
How do you know that?
Так
Because
мы за это уже терли. Здесь такие случаи не впервой.
you already talked about this. It's not the first time this had happened.
Думаешь, Сенечка, Вова этот и Сёма в Нарнию попали?
Think Senechka, Vo and Sema went to Narnia. By the way, it's kinda a terrible adaptation because you can change the names in Russian, right? But in English, mostly no, it's possible, like, you know, Richard and Dick, like the same name, but for Ringen it will be not understandable. Why Senya becomes Senechka and Anton becomes Tosha or Toshka.
Посидят в лесу с карамелькой за щекой и назад пришлепают.
And they'll return from the forest after hanging out there, sucking some candy. We know that Vova was in Black Garage.
Ясно же, кто их к себе прибрал.
It's clear who got them. Garage?
Неужели черный?
Can it be the black?
Маничела!
The serial killer!
Бля, буду пацаны, это все местный Чикатило.
Just heck, guys, it's a local Chikatilo. Chikatilo, famous serial killer, but not as the worst one in Soviet Russia. Andrei Chikatilo, Soviet serial killer and cannibal. He sexually assaulted and killed at least 43 people, mostly women and children. He was later deemed legally sane and sentenced to death by foreign squad.
Вычислить бы еще, кто он такой.
I don't understand how it can be sane, but okay. If only we could find out who he is.
Ну, если этот убийца Бабурина завалил,
Well, if that
он и
killer
по нашу душу явится,
offered
отвечай.
Baburin, he'll come after us too.
Что же делать?
Wait a second, what happened? White was reverted. Strange, strange, strange. What do we do now?
Вместе держаться, вот что. Втроем мы, как Вольтрон.
Stay together, that's what? The three of us are like Voltron. Famous anime? Anime series about 5 teenagers that pilot robot lions that can fuse into a single mega robot to protect the universe from the forces of evil. It was aired in Russia during the 90s on channel 2X2. Russia 2 actually. I had never had this channel, and I'm glad because they pronounce Naruto like Naruto, putting stress on O. Can you believe this? It's bullshit. There's no stress in his name. It's not possible to have it. Like they don't listen to anime original Japanese stuff.
В
Actually, not
Вольтроне
dub,
их 5 было.
voice over. There were 5 of them in Voltron.
Ну, считай, мы покалеченный Вольтрон.
Well, we endured Voltron then. He looked at me with an adult gaze and nodded. His eyes were full of worry and sadness.
Ладно, раз Сёмы больше нет, айда с нами.
Whatever, since Сёма is no longer with us, let's go.
Дело одно есть. Постоишь для вида, покараулишь.
I don't like
Тебя,
this.
кажется, уже боятся все.
We have a job to do. You'll keep watch for us. Everybody seems to be scared shitless of you. Scared shitless? Of me? I don't want to be befriended with them. Might be the best way would be just wear this bunny mask. While I still couldn't wrap all that around my head, their attitudes softened me up and I agreed on the spot. I followed Romka and Biasha through the twilight corridors of our school, certain my newfound brazenness. We walked pompously, like heroes of some criminal drama, as if the three of us had access to some knowledge hidden from everybody else. I'm not sure I would have gone with them if they told me that the goal of our campaign was. We hid in the darkness near the school gym, and my companions started rubbing their knuckles, watching boys leave the dressing room. Finally, Biashka pointed at someone inside the crowd.
Вон этот лох!
Hey, that sucker! Romka smiled dangerously and proclaimed in a low voice.
Стой на стреме, и если кто изучил, как объявится, дай знать.
Keep watch. If you see a teacher, let us know.
Гляди в 4 глаза.
Watch with all 4 eyes.
Давай, давай! Ты нам должен.
Да-да!
I stood the corner filled with conflicting feelings and thought. Actually, he's saying that he is owing them money at least.
Ничего я не должен.
Ты
No.
чё, не понял?
I'm not. Don't you understand? In a cul-de-sac behind me, Romka was having a back and forth with some 5th grader.
Может, тебя на счетчик поставить, а? Ушлепок майонезный.
The boy was protesting on the verge of tears, but Romka stood his ground, spewing countless obscenities at him, and Basha occasionally adding a couple of words of his own. Would that prize me for involving myself with this?
Все, вали давай.
Alright, now scrum. My new friends came out of a cul-de-sac. Polaroid? What? Line bulb eliminated. The camera in Romka's hands.
Ого,
Полароид. Он твой?
Oh, Polaroid, is it yours? Obviously not. Ромка shook the black electronics marvel with a retractable flash. Disinterested.
Теперь мой.
It is now.
Мне тут один должник велик торчал за свой гнилой базар.
There was this guy who owed me a bike for talking shit. How is it possible? Can't own
Но,
something
говорит,
for shit.
нет у него велосипеда.
Turned out he didn't have one,
Вот и расплатился фотиком.
so he paid with the cam.
А мне он, честно говоря, и в хер не впился.
And I have check shit use for it. Well, bad for that boy, but all the negative thoughts disappeared when I looked at the treasured's camera. Glad I imagined how happy Olia would be with this Polaroid. Are you kidding me? If they figured out that it's in your possession, you'll be in trouble. Imagine myself taking pictures of my sister, dad and mom. The faces of my family would gradually appear on the hard paper as if emerging from the dissolving mist. Take pictures of Paulina too. That way I'll be able to get your photo for myself. Why do you still like Paulina? It's very strange. Keep it my desk under lock and key.
Раз он тебе не нужен, можешь мне его отдать?
If you don't need it, can I get it? Ron measured me. It's a sharp glare, turning into the Romka. Why, the Romka. The Romka. Into Romka I'd met yesterday. A close leader of Contemporary Pack.
Ты извини, братан, но я вещами просто так не разбрасываюсь.
Sorry, bro, but I don't throw away things like that.
Могу в ломбард загнать, ну или разыграть во что-нибудь.
Can drop it at a pawn shop or bet it on some game. For some reason, as soon as he mentioned a game, I remembered Alisa. I look at the Polaroid.
Ну давай я с тобой на него сыграю. Только во что?
Well, let's play for it then. Do you have a game in mind? Yasha snickered into his fist.
Чаром! Снимем с нашего Антошки последние штаны.
Yo, Romka, shall you make Antoshka lose his shirt? It'll be the game. Be safe in this case.
Я тебе чё, пидор с пацанов штаны снимать?
You look like someone who'd steep another dude to you. Romka stared at me from above.
На что играть собрался?
What do you have to bet?
У тебя хоть бабки есть?
Do you even have cash?
Во-во! Свети карманы, Тофик!
That's right, what's in your pocket, Toshik? I slowly turned the pockets of my pants inside out in vain hopes of salvaging at least some change around my lunch money. Something rusted in my pocket. I fished out the Mercedes-Benz insert I got thanks to Alisa. What if I didn't take it? So many questions what will happen. I guess I showed it there without thinking when I flew out of my school bag with all the notebooks.
А на вкладыше играете?
You play for this insert? He said in general. General inserts. Russia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as soon as I brought the card's picture closer, but Romka didn't move a muscle.
Хочешь, чтобы я целый фотик за какой-то там фантик отдал?
Me to bet a whole can for some insert?
Это же...
That's...
Да жвачки это и рубль цена, а в полароиде кассета еще целая.
The gum is worth 1 ruble, and this Polaroid has a fresh cartridge inside.
Да это да!
Look, that's...
Ой, у меня таких вкладышей жопой жуй, на кой мне еще?
Have a shit tons of inserts like that. Why would I want...
Мерседес-Бенц, на! Его-то нам и не хватало, Робert!
Mercedes-Benz, the one we are still missing, Romka.
Фу, блин.
Romka spit on the ground and slapped Biasha over the back of the head.
Ну ты и трепло, братка. Теперь он за него цену до небес взвинтит.
They're still not our friends, that's for sure. Why can't you keep your mouth shut? Now he'll check up the price. Just like I suspected, this automobile was a valuable addition for every turbo gun collector.
Ага, значит, появился интерес?
Ah, so this catch your eye. After all,
Так во что будем играть?
what are you going to play?
Подкидного!
Sage Drag?
В ножички?
Mobility Pack? In the blink of an eye, a greasy deck of most likely market cards appeared in Biasha's hands, and Romka masterfully swung his butterfly knife like in front of my nose. had no desire to play by their rules.
А давайте в камень-ножницы.
Let's play rock, paper, scissors.
О, а ты у нас любишь рисковать.
Oh, I see you a gambler.
Ну что, мой полароид против твоего Мерса?
Alright, my Polaroid against your Mercedes.
По рукам.
Deal? Everyone starts with scissors, isn't it? And who's me? Right? I won already? Why you didn't start with scissors? I raised my fist toward the ceiling in triumph.
Стопэ, стопэ. У нас принято до 3 побед играть.
Wait, we do it best of 5 here?
А раньше сказать.
Say it like 3 wins. Why didn't you say that earlier?
Ты думал, все так просто будет, да?
Did you think it'd be this easier?
Не пойму, чё ты хмуришься так? Один раз уже выиграл, преимущество на твоей стороне.
What with powder face? You already have the adventure.
Давай-ка продолжим. 1, 2, 3!
Let's continue. 1, 2, 3. If it was paper, he'll try to use stone, isn't it? Let's see. No, still paper. Still paper. Yeah. Now he will try to. Now he uses this. No, I'm losing. One more time. I can't believe this. Why are you losing? I lost?
Как 2 пальца!
No, we're going to replace this. I don't like losing.
Чаром.
Is it will it be the same now? Can we actually win here?
Есть.
This first one we are winning anyway. Right?
Стопэ, стопэ. Давай-ка продолжим.
Let's see. He's using the same. So next was stone. He will use the stone. He will use the stone. So we can win or lose. Interesting. So it's like an everlasting summer. I look at my opponents with suspicion.
Ну, я выиграл. Или теперь мне нужно еще и Бяшу обыграть?
So do I win now or do I need to beat Basha too? Ronka mumbled something under his breath. I probably refuse to play by the rules, and I'll be left with nothing.
Эй, Ромыч, все по чесноку, на.
Hey Ronka, he won fair and square. But will I get something good by having this Polaroid? It's kinda dangerous to have it. Ronka reluctantly gave up.
Везучий ты, сука. Держи.
You won like a buster. Here.
Только писюн свой не фоткай.
Just don't take pictures of winner. I weighed the Polaroid in my palms and realized that I was smirking, like a true winner. It's been 7 days since the lieutenant visited our class. At first glance, everything was still the same. The forest still held out its grandly claws toward the village, and the wind whipped up white flags, wet from powdery snow every night. When my parents argued in the other room, I would turn up the TV's volume to silence their muffled voices, and sit close to Oda. Those in Semyon's photos were still 2 black spots on the notice board, and now faced Senya has returned home too, and there's still place for at least 2. But something had changed. I could see how different the looks of my classmates were. They made my pockets bulge with gifted apples. The animosity was gone. School wasn't scary anymore. But most importantly, a shadow slid across my desk, leaving behind a mysterious note. I glanced into the space between the rows, but the messenger was already nowhere to be found. Who sent me this note? Would could this carefully rip it out and neatly folded piece of paper be hidden from me? More threats and humiliation, or? I took the piece of paper and carefully inhaled the wafting aroma. Blackberry? It was from the fox? We were waiting at cul-de-sac near the dressing room. Come along. I doubt actually. So you want to say that Katya is a hoax? I doubt about this. Inside was a message in beautiful handwriting. I'm waiting at dinner time near the dressing room. Come along. I have bad feelings about this. Drunk on that sudden call, I immediately started walking, looking over my shoulder from time to time, making sure nobody is following me. Didn't even notice how I almost broke into a run and jumped around the corner. As soon as I did that, I ran into somebody inside the dark nook.
Ой!
Like a magic word, a green notebook glided to my feet. Полина puffed her cheeks in exaggerated anger.
Петров! Да ты совсем зрение потерял.
So, have you lost your sight completely? I fixed my glasses. My narrow-sightedness wasn't that embarrassing anymore. I bent down and picked up the notebook.
Прости, я так торопился. Ты меня ждала? Что случилось?
Sorry, I was in a rush. Were you waiting for me? Did something happen? Полина stared at me with her eyes and clicked her tongue.
А знаешь, на что ты похож, Антоша?
Do you know what you look like, Antosha? What does it mean?
На блюзовую импровизацию.
No. Like blues improvisation. Blinking in bewilderment.
Это как?
What do you mean?
Для меня все люди с чем-то ассоциируются.
I always associate people I know with something.
И для меня. Но не с музыкой же.
And for me too? But why music?
Вот как раз с музыкой.
It can't be anything other than music.
Бывают люди гитарные соло, или барабанный бой, или военный марш, как наша Лилия Павловна.
Some people are like guitar solos, some are drums. People like our Lilia Pavlovna are war marshes.
А ты такой задумчивый, таинственный, иногда немного печальный.
And you're so thoughtful, so mysterious, sometimes even a bit sad.
Ты точно блюз.
You're definitely blues.
А почему импровизация?
And what about the improvisation part?
А это когда слушатель не догадывается, куда свернет мелодия, какой темп возьмет.
It's when the listener has no idea where the melody will go, what tempo it will adopt. Well, it's not when listener, when player himself. Because some of the things Polina said went completely over my head. But I couldn't stop looking at her smile, like a breeze in May, and her eyes deep and blue.
Чтобы распознать в тебе музыку, нужен опыт и вкус.
One needs to have experience and taste to recognize the music in you.
Это не какая-то там эстрада.
It's not some pop music.
Я, наверное, вообще не знаю, что такое этот блюз.
I don't think I even know what blues is. Polina gasped in front, which made her look even more beautiful.
Не произноси при мне такие слова. Я тебе обязательно дам кассету.
Don't say something like that to my face. I'll make sure to give you a cassette. I don't like this.
Раньше мне дедушка из города столько музыки привозил. И джаз, и свинг, и классику.
Boring. Grandpa used to bring me so much music from the city, just swing and classical too.
Это он подметил, что у меня склад ума, как у музыканта.
He was the one who noticed my musical mindset. What is musical mindset? What? Musician is just a job like any other.
Я еще совсем маленькой пыталась на бумаге записать звуки природы. Пение дождя, леса.
It's something different. When I was still very little, I tried recording the sounds of nature on paper, the sounds of the rain and the forest.
Эх, мне бы твои уши.
I wish I had ears like yours.
А мне бы твои глаза.
And I'd love to have your eyes. What? Well, to be a good musician, you need a rhythm. To be able to do it exactly in the same tempo, etc. Different sound styles, etc. is not needed for a musician. No needs, only rhythm. I know for sure, I studied it. Nathan up, warned that she was making fun of me, but Polina shook her head.
Да-да, я серьезно. У тебя глаза художника.
No, I'm serious. You have the eyes of an artist. Wait a second. Musician is also an artist. And someone who is painting something, artist as well. It's kind of very bad adaptation here. Anyway, he meant someone who's drawing paints.
Смотришь на вещи и фиксируешь их. Я так не умею.
You're so good at picturing things? I can do that. Katya walked past us with your trademark frosty glare. A dolphin in the shadows, trying to escape it.
Теперь понимаешь, почему мы тут прячемся? Вот из-за таких, как она.
You understand why we're hiding here, right? Because of people like you.
А Катька какая мелодия.
And what kind of melody is Katya? Polina flashed me a sly smile.
Скрип несмазанных дверных петель.
Squeaking sound of unoiled door hinges. I seriously think that Alisa is none of them. She's totally different, but she can be both of them as well. And one of the items could be that she's removed her mask. She can be her or her at the same time. Well, it's kinda sad there's no last episode, so I cannot check it right now.
Знаешь, такой мерзкий дискант.
You know this nasty discount? My giggles covering my mouth. Katya didn't hear our whispers, but she suddenly glanced over her shoulder, clearly annoyed. A moment later, she sighed and went her way. Friends only? Polina Morozova? I remembered about the notebook I was still clutching in my hands. I turned it in my hands. Instead of subject name, the front side had the name of the owner and two words, friends only.
Любопытной Варваре кое-что оторвали.
Your city killed the cat, you know.
Прости, это анкета?
I'm sorry, is this a questionnaire?
Заполнял когда-нибудь?
Have you ever filled one? Yes. Haven't had one?
Угу.
I lied that I had. You're not? Reality girl classmates from my previous school had never asked me to fill their questionnaires. It was quite upsetting. I mean, it was a girl hobby. You just answer a set of standard questions about your favorite actors and colors, but entrusting someone with such a notebook was a sign of friendship. But they were popular in my school only at the first, second, third grades. They're a little bit old for such things. 6th grade. And maybe it's of something even more, something I only had a vague idea about.
Хочешь, заполни мою.
You can fill in mine if you want. The heartbeat quickened.
Хочу, спасибо.
I do. Thank you. Polina giggled.
А хотя... Там же столько секретов.
Actually, there's so many secrets there.
Наверное, лучше тебе не знать, о чем мы, девочки, думаем.
But better of not knowing what we girls think. She reached for the notebook, playing with me. I tossed my finding into my free hand. Polina tried to intercept my move. Your hair briefly touched my face, making my nose with its silky locks. I sensed an aroma that immediately filled the whole world. Fragrant, alluring, lovely. Forget about you! Only I could picture it, steal it for myself. I felt dizzy, but I gazed at myself and spoke in a voice reminiscent of Lieutenant Tikhonov.
Ваша анкета является важнейшей уликой, и я вынужден временно изъять ее для изучения.
Your questionnaire is an important piece of evidence, so I'm afraid I have to confiscate it for further examination. Polina carved her mouth that rounded in fake horror.
И что мне грозит за сокрытие улик?
And what are the implications of concealing evidence?
Следствие покажет.
We'll decide that in the course of our investigation.
Сдаюсь, товарищ милиционер.
I surrender, Mr. Policeman.
Только обещайте ничего не читать.
Just promise you won't read anything.
Здесь содержатся секретные сведения.
It's full of sensitive information.
Боюсь, что мне все-таки придется выяснить, не влюблен ли кто в гражданина Петрова.
I'm afraid I have to investigate whether someone is in love with Mr. Petrov. Polina burst out laughing and pressed herself against my chest, showing me with the aroma of her hair and her milky skin that looked almost transparent with tiny threads of veins running under it. But what about the snow that we got? I really forgot about it. My whisper was hot like a piece of butter sizzling on a pan.
Тогда поклянитесь, что не станете разглашать информацию.
Then swear that you will keep this information private.
Честная милицейская.
I swear on my police badge.
А теперь, Антоша, самое время поторопиться.
And now we need to hurry, Antosha. So when we need to meet this... Wait a second, you'll check the writings? No? I took out the notebook during class. With almost utmost care. It was some sort of fragile treasure. Skimming through it or reading into other people's preferences. I was quite surprised to discover Ronka's jerky handwriting inside. Wait a second, it's not like questionnaire working, because you have equations here, you have the answers, and when you list the pages, still questions are on the left, no matter what. It's like cut it here. Roman Pesifan, 6B. Shafutinsky, it's like his favorite musician artist. February, I don't know, maybe favorite month? Hanging out? Favorite dates? Buying a BMW? Obviously. Schwarzenegger is better than Stallone, I agree, by the way. Don't trust, don't fret, don't ask. Phone number? DuckTales? Is it about game or cartoons? Best friend Yasha? His letters bugged out of the cells, as if embarrassed by their shapelessness. First time Ronka found time for something so silly? I shook it into my fist after I found out that Ronka's favorite cartoon is not even Duckling Duck, but DuckTales. Somewhere in the distance, a teacher was reciting pieces of Andreev's Snapper. I paid them no mind. Who is this? Alina's page was decorated with flowers, drawings and clipping from the Cool Girl magazine. Okay, Franz Schubert. My birthday, listening, see the words. Robert Schumann, who is this? Losing the people I love. Ah, what you hate? Wait a second, I don't know what other questions. Town musician of Bremen, Grandpa. And I cannot go right now back. Sad. My favorite musician is Schubert. Your best friend is your grandpa. The hobby is not violin like I expected, but a much more mysterious listening. Can such a mundane process really be someone's hobby, listen to music, no? I don't know. I look at Polina over the heads of other students. She was focused on taking notes. And in 6th grade they have even the same teacher again and again. Oh, final questions. I flip the pages until I find a blank one and arm myself with a pen. What's your name? What class are you in? Wait a second, it will be some important choices here? Favorite music? Your favorite holiday? Your favorite holiday was February? Your hobby? What's your dream? Your hero? Your biggest fear? Your phone number? Your favorite cartoon? Your best friend? Tom Petrov, class 6B. I took a long time to decide on my favorite musician. It was not musician, but hates music. Something mistranslated. The 20 pop band Carmen came to mind with the cool dancers in their music videos. Not my favorite, but I know them. Soviet and Russian technopop band most popular from the late 80s to early 90s, found by Bogdan Titamir and Sergei Lemach, it's mostly remembered for unique dancing performances and for writing a music tune for the Captain Pronin cartoon. Favorite holiday? The one's easy New Year's. My hobby is drawing. My dream going to Disneyland, I guess. What about Disney World? My hero? My hand moved on its own, writing the... What? I stopped... da? I stopped on those two letters. What if those who read this after me will find my answer lovable and stupid? That? After thinking for a bit, I decided that not everything should be disclosed on paper. That's how that turned into Spider-Man. The spelling was wrong, but who cares? The biggest fear? I immediately wrote, losing a person who's dear to me. Your phone number? 30395. Your favorite cartoon? Transformers? It was Transformers. Why it was like techno something in the first 2 episodes? The best friends? Robot Edge? I hesitated, gnawing on the pen's cup. Remember Alisa gliding behind the trees, laughing enthusiastically from the shadows. I hadn't seen her in a week and it even made me worried. After all, she was the one who stopped the colossus of monsters that wandered the forest in the night from tearing me to bits. I mentioned a masked girl to Romka and Biasha before, but they just gave me weird looks. I wonder what she's up to right now. Your best friend? I read the question out loud. It was easy, but at the same time very important. My answer consisted of 3 letters and I filled them in the cells with care. You? You? Why you? I repeated when running out of the school. Refreshing frosty air made my cheeks turn beet red. I actually expected that we can select something here, but sadly not. It was bright outside and the sun looked like a whole egg yolk. The road looked as if it was silvered, the snow sparkled under the sunlight. I smiled, squinting from the blinding witness. There was also something magical in my chest that beckoned me, because friendship can grow into something bigger. What's with the happy face, Tosha? I swallowed my smile and turned red. Snores fake.
Да так, анекдот вспомнил.
Just remember the joke. Biasha was shuffling his feet in the middle of the yard, his boots restless on the ice.
Ну, делись тогда, на.
Share it with me. I rummaged through my memory and blurted out a random joke I had heard today in the cafeteria.
Кощей вышел на крыльцо почесать себе сундук, зайца, утку и яйцо.
Why did the chewing gum... What? It's totally a different joke. Why did the chewing gum cross the road? It was stuck to the chicken's foot? What? I must say that English classic jokes like this, why the chicken crossed the road or something, are not funny at all, but the one what he said was funny, but it's ununderstandable. Because it's from Russian folklore. I can't even translate it. Because... Oh yeah, oh no. How can you translate him? Skeleton? But skeleton is from He-Man. Let's left it untranslated. Not funny?
Ясно. Петросян.
Petrosyan. Famous and famous, actually, comic. Very unfamous. Stealing jokes from the internet. Someone in Russian stand-up comic commonly known as the kind of humorous remakes and dead jokes. Dead jokes? I don't know what is it.
Ну идем на.
Let's go. He walked along the school's corner without waiting for me. He's intently dug it along. It's a game, Max Payne, that's for sure.
А куда?
Where are we going?
Идем на.
You'll see.
Мы теперь в одной связке и действуем заодно.
I don't think so. We're now in pack, so we move together.
Помощь твоя нужна в кое-каком дельце.
You'll need to help us with some small business. I don't like this outcome. Let's change it somehow. Whole chills run all over my body. I didn't like the sound of that small business. Those words, accompanied by spitting, normally hid very dark deeds underneath them. Strangers that used to call our old apartment used to say, "Get you old man, we have a small business to discuss." Yasha turned around. He looked like an astronaut in this tight hood. If I were to imagine him as a sound, he'll be a deafening whistle, a signal given by someone who stands watch. My knees started shaking as soon as I thought that I was about to be dragged into something shadowy. Huh? Images flashed before my eyes. Tikhanov's strict gaze as he shut the prison cell door on me. My father hidden on the bars in anger. My mom and Oля crying nearby. To my demise, there was nobody at the backyard. Apart from the grim-faced Romka. He stood there, his feet wide apart, with his right hand hidden behind his back. He must be holding a knife, the steel butterfly of death that flies toward a person heartbeat. Romka's dry lips were tightly pursed. He kept shooting glances at me as he looked around. What is going on? It was as if Romka read and announced my thoughts.
Что происходит?
What's going on?
Ничего, проветриваемся на.
Nothing much, we out for a walk. Wait a second, you're not aware of what's going on? Yasha's voice sounded nasty, snarky.
Проветривайся в другом месте.
Look some other way.
А мне и здесь нормально, да, куколка?
You like it here, right, baby? Baby? Is he talking to me? I was so bewildered I wasn't able to squeeze out a single sound in reply. I just watched the bizarre scene played out in front of me by my new problematic friends.
Видишь? Ты ее напугал!
Look, he scared her.
А тебе какая забота, говнюк? Вали пока целно.
Do you care, shithead? Heck off while you still can. I was trying to digest what I just heard. Did Pasha really call Ronka a shithead? Is he out of his mind?
Пацаны,
Guys. Dash ignored my weak protest and stepped towards Roma, swung him in a weird, comical manner.
Ха!
Ronka blocked the punch with his free hand, keeping his right hand behind his back.
Кия-ха!
Even actors in Indian films that my mom loves fight more convincingly. Dasha started weeping, even though I hadn't seen Ronka hitting him.
Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй-яй, больно как! У меня сотрясение мозга!
Oh, it hurts. I have a concussion now? What was this? Roma kicked him in the knee and Dasha fell to the ground, silent and moaning. And stared at the approaching Romka without blinking. His elbow was twitching and his hand caught from behind his back. I grew roots into the asphalt. A blade will shine in front of me. Here it comes. Romka yanked his hand from behind his back, my teeth shattered from fear. What's going on? A bucket of snowdrops that appeared out of nowhere in this freezing weather swayed in front of my face. What is it? Flowers?
Позволь проводить тебя,
Oh, let me escort you.
а то, сама знаешь, шастают тут всякие
You know,
маньяки.
there are all sorts of creeps snooping around here.
Ну а Тёна, бедным маньякам уже и посасать нельзя.
What's wrong with innocent creeps doing a bit of snooping about?
Эх, хреновый из тебя маньяк, Бяшка. Даже Тоха не повелся.
You make for shitty creep, Dasha. Even though her hair was not faced.
А она нас в 2 счета раскусит.
She'll definitely see through our act. Полина? Words finally returned to me.
она? Кто она? Что тут творится?
She? Who's she? What's going on here? Ромка snorted, blowing snowflakes off the flowers.
Да, маленькая репетиция, братан.
A small rehearsal, bro.
Хотели на твою реакцию посмотреть.
Wanted to see your reaction. Бяша stood up and brushed himself off.
Да Ромыч в тёлку одну втюрился.
Ромка has head over heels for a chick,
Вон откуда-то цветы нарыл на.
and even dug up these flowers from somewhere.
Пасть заткни!
Shut it up!
Я так, планируем подкатить слегка.
I'm just planning a little pick up.
Разыграть представление, но то она неприступная, мать ее за ногу.
Who? Like staging a performance for her, she's so dumb and approachable, you see.
Типа гуляет девочка себе, а к ней докапывается такое вот говно.
She'll be just walking outside and then a shithead like him starts bothering her. Бяша grumbled, upset.
Сам ты говно!
You are shithead, he said. I'm not a shithead.
Ну и я такой ее раз!
And
И
here's
спасаю.
where I come in. Bam? Save her?
Но чё-то Бяш совсем бездарный актер.
But Бяша turned out to be a shit actor, so we will be doing this.
Давай-ка ты маньяком будешь.
How about you become the creep? Maniac,
Я?
actually. Me?
Ну а чё?
Yeah. You?
Как по телеку показывали, маньяки вообще всегда тихие, скромные люди.
As it's shown on TV, serial killers are always the silent, shy types.
Вот прям как ты.
Just like you.
А благодаря Катькиным сплетням все в школе думают, что именно ты бабурину кокнул.
And thanks to Katya's gossip, the whole school thinks that you were the one to off Baburin.
Давай, соглашайся, Тох.
Come on, Doha. Hell relieved. Nothing criminal, just a send for a girl.
А что делать-то надо?
What do you need to do?
Ты же видел Бяшино кривляние?
You saw Bash's antics, no?
Тип, идешь ко мне, борзый такой, можешь разок в печень заехать?
You come at me all brave, you can even punch me in the stomach,
А я тебя тип херак и в сугроб.
and I'm like, huh, and you fly into the snow pile.
Ну, давайте попробуем.
Well, let's give it a try. Roma, living up.
Отлично.
Nice.
Бяша, меняешь пол. Ты теперь тёлочка.
Yasha, change of plans, he said change of gender, you now little girl.
Гуляй.
He's now little girl. You can't say it, but okay. Nice. Walk? He's saying like, wait a second, there's no English annotation for this. Like, doing nothing? Walking around. Yeah, walk. Бяша started dragging his feet along the schoolyard, reminiscing.
Я тёлочка, красивая тёлочка, я гуляю.
I'm girly, pretty girly, I'm no walk.
Тоха, действуй.
Yeah, move, Toha. I went towards Romka, fighting Argo to smile. He hit his hand again and put on a stern expression, a 5-star actor.
Она моя!
She's mine!
Рискни.
Let me see you try! And I tried. Through punches directions of my friend, my knuckles barely grazed his leather coat. Romka suddenly fell. Not from my laughable poke, of course, but because he slipped on ice. He plopped on his back with his full weight without a chance to get his hand out of the way. Petals from the squished flowers were left on the snow. I rushed to help.
Ой, бля. Да погоди ты, не дергай.
Wait, don't pull!
Не сломал?
Did you break anything? He was carefully working his wrist.
Да не, ушиб вроде.
Ah, probably just a bruise.
Лед приложить нужно.
You should put some ice against it.
Тебя, мудака, приложить нужно.
Try to put your morning head against the wall
Об стенку башкой.
and smack it as hard as I can. Romka was already laughing as he got up and gathered the flowers.
Да, если я так при подруге навернусь, можно будет про нее забыть.
Well, if you go flying in front of the chick, I might as well forget about you. Who is this chick, actually?
Давай еще раз отрепетируем.
Let's give it another go. Another try. Roma shook his head.
Вечером, как рука пройдет.
In the evening, when my hand gets better.
И хочу опозориться перед первой скрипкой школы.
Ah, so it's Polina as I thought. I don't want to hack up in front of the school's first violin. What? I stammered mid-word. A switch flipped in my head. It all made sense now. I remembered Ronka constantly sneaking glances at Polina. I remembered his scholarly handwriting in the questionnaire. Why didn't I study it more in depth? I felt like somebody hit me over the head with a giant hammer, making me sink into the ground. Polina, she was the main character in this play directed by Ronka. And I landed the role of the third wheel. I mumbled hesitantly.
Договорились.
Alright.
Вот это я понимаю, команда Вольтрона!
Now that's what I'm talking about, just like Voltron's team. Why you care about Polina?
Один
She's
за
nothing for you.
всех!
One for all,
И все на одного!
and all on one.
Захлопни!
Shut it.
Если вдруг тебе понадобится помощь, Антоха, можешь рассчитывать на меня.
If you ever need help, Antoha, you can count on me.
А теперь бывай.
See ya.
Вечером мы к тебе заглянем.
We'll visit you in the evening. What's the plot part? Why are we playing this boring stuff again? What is all spills? We can't even read the name. The aftertaste of horrible water I drank down my maths piece lingered in my mouth. My thoughts were focused on Polina. It's completely cold. To replace it, maybe I should take a minute or two. Be right back. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. My thoughts were focused on Paulina. Still, I totally ignored Paulina in the second episode, right? Sadly, it didn't affect this here. Maybe it affected it. Well, we'll check it later. But the play, where I was assigned the role of a villain, was also on my mind.
В общем, я сегодня книжку читала, там ребята учились в школе, прям как ты ходишь в школу, и они в школу ходили. Вот. И у них был какой-то праздник, и они там поделки лепили и делали все своими руками. Нужно было сначала принести природные материалы, листики всякие там, потом все шишки, и потом они все это разбирали и клеили на бумагу, и друг другу дарили, открытки делали там всякие, и ящички, в которые потом подарки нужно было класть. И так все красиво было. А одна девочка даже из дома принесла елочные игрушки. Ну, старые игрушки, которые уже никому не нужны были. Они их аккуратненько молоточком разбили, а блесточки с них посыпались. И эти блесточки... Ой, в общем, я сегодня книжку читала. Там ребята учились в школе. Прям как ты ходишь в школу.
Mute you a little bit. I wandered around the house, feeling intoxicated, and nodded to everything my sister said without trying to discern her voice. She's telling about the book she read about the schoolmates again, but I remember this book she's describing, but can't recall it. Olia was talking non-stop, at times lifting up her arms and laughing, only to then suddenly go quiet and give me mom's signature, snarly look. I was yanked out of the prison of my own mind, where seasons thoughts pecked at my brain like harpies, stopping me from coming back to reality. Well, at least nobody on the right now. Except me. I started back. Olia looked like a mini version of our mom right now. Well, to be precise, she looked like the person mom turned into when we moved here. With her intimidating posture, with her eyebrows directed toward the ceiling.
Ты меня не слушал, так?
You weren't listening to me, were you? She tried spitting out those words at me, copying facial expression of the person she spent almost all of her free time with. For a moment I felt like the light Ola exerted all these years went and buried in the wind of prolonged changes. Very soon my beautiful princess will turn to the dragon that was once guarding her prison tower. That thought was much scarier to me than any other horror sneaking up to me from the future.
Оля, прости,
Sorry, Ola.
ты же не сердишься, правда? Я просто задумался.
You're not mad, right? I just got lost in thoughts. I looked around the room, my gaze jumping from one object to another like a hungry beast, trying to find anything that could distract Ola.
А давай в приставку поиграем.
Display the console? We must save here in this case. Still, we are not using our Polaroid. Olia pouted, but there was a spark of interest in her small emerald eyes. Snow Queen's eyes, shard inside them, started thawing.
А как же второй джойстик? Не работает же.
And what about the second control? It's not working.
А папе починить некогда.
Dad has no time to fix it. He can't fix something that is broken from the very beginning. All the stupid Chinese clones of NES were fragile. I had
Можем
two
из
of them,
пистолета
all
пострелять.
broken. We can play with a light gun. Duck hunts, isn't it?
В ковбоев или уток. Хочешь?
What do you want to play? Cowboys? Ducks? As I for the Cowboys second game, you must stand in front of TV because it was not working, I believe. And that's a bug, Chinese bug.
Ты лучше меня играешь.
You're better than me, boss.
Да ладно тебе.
Oh, come on.
Поди целый день тренировалась, пока меня дома не
Must
было.
been practicing the whole time I was away from home. Ola burst out laughing. Her heart was warm once again.
А как ты догадался?
How did you know?
Я сейчас знаешь, какая меткая. Считай, уже проиграл.
But I'm a good shooter now. You already lost.
Не на того напала. Включай скорее.
I picked the wrong fighter here. Come on, turn it on. Actually, no, it was adopted. He's saying different. Yeah. But anyway. Okay, let's save here.
Ну ты что ж ты... Вот.
Little Ola jumped around the TV set and after flicking the power switch, started blindly feeling around the backside of the photon, trying to plug the console's cable in the antenna input. Seriously?
Россия
Ельцин?
бывает
Home Alone? It's nice.
накануне событий
Bits of TV shows started flashing on the search screen. More funny to see Lee Yeltsin here than anyone else.
Россия переживает
When I armed myself with the remote to look for the channels with the sought after Dandy signal. Where's the Dandy?
Что дома интересного происходило?
Maybe below. Did anything interesting happen at home? It was a main question for me. I didn't put any actual meaning behind it. But Ona's expression suddenly changed. She lost all of the childish nonchalantness she worked so hard to acquire before.
Оль, что-то случилось?
What happened, Ola? Did something happen, Ola? Actually, my sister managed to put the cable in its place and started brushing off her dust-scarred hand. She was clearly looking for the courage to continue the conversation.
Мама,
Mom, she only went silent, and for a moment I thought I saw tears welling up in her eyes.
у нее опять был этот страшный...
She had this scary thing happen to her again. All of them have a mental disease, what? My sister looked at me with wet eyes.
Приступ.
She had a fit, huh? This had happened before, but it was a rare occasion. Now that we've moved to this godforsaken place, Mom's fits rose in frequency.
Папа принес большую рыбу.
Dad brought home a big fish.
Оно в газету было завернуто и пахло так...
It was wrapped in a newspaper and had a foul smell. I always loved the smell of the
А
fish.
мама опять начала злиться. Потом взяла нож.
Mom got angry again and then she took a knife. Her parents looking fearfully out of the window.
Они начали громко ругаться.
They started screaming at each other. I first imagined my little sister so small and unnoticeable, standing in the kitchen doorway. She wasn't even trying to hide. My parents just paid her no mind at all.
Потом мама ударила.
And then Mom struck with her fist,
Вот так.
like this. When I slightly moved her fist downward, intending a strike,
Рыбу.
she hit the fish, missing each other.
Она была живая тоже.
Actually,
Ей
missing
было
each other.
больно. А мама... Мама...
It was still alive, Tosha. It must have been in pain, and Mom. It was easy to imagine what happened next. The recent fish with a blade between its fins squirted some foul-smelling musk at the Mom's face. Whenever death got this close to my mom, be it when a person was hit by a bus in front of us and their boat was smeared all over the windshield, or when Grandma chopped off a chicken's head, Mom would always get into a worse, dreadful fit. Epilepsy? It's epilepsy, nothing special about it. Her eyes would roll over, she would fall on her face like a freshly cut tree and started writhing just like that agonizing fish, turning over chairs and blurting out bits of scary sentences.
Папа, он ей помог?
And what about that? Did he help her? I shuddered, as if just remembered it pained her.
Да, но вначале
Yes, but at first,
он засмеялся тоже.
he started laughing, Tosha. He let out an evil laugh when he saw that Mom was in trouble.
Потом вдруг заплакал.
But then he cried. Ollie's story made me raise an eyebrow. It seemed like the forest's oozing madness had not only completely consumed our mom, but also infected our strong and courageous dad. I quickly stepped toward Ollie and locked her in tight embrace. She dug her face into my chest, and I could feel my shirt becoming wet.
Зачем они так издеваются друг над другом тоже?
Why is they bullying each other, Tasha? Because they stupid and don't divorce for some reason. Are they crazy? Yes. I stuttered, unable to justify the actions of our parents. I had run out of words, and all I could do was hug Ollie even tighter. It's actually not a real screamer, it's an actually a start of the different TV show like Wheel of Fortune as well. And it never horrified me, but many children were afraid of it. That was very strange for me because it's some old philosopher with actually a frog on his head. Here's a frog on top. Only screamed and hid behind me. Turn off quick. Also, when I saw this, it actually meant to me that it will be a very interesting, wonderful show after this. So, how could it horrify me or anyone else? I don't know. No matter how many times she saw this intro, she would always react the same, just like when she saw that all. I mean, also got goosebumps every time this ghastly face appeared on the screen, so immediately complied with my sister's request. Don't understand this. Read a Tea Company logo depicting a ceramic head of the Chinese philosopher, as I said. While him is a three-legged frog. On top of his head, it instilled horror in the whole generations of 90s kids in Russia. Well, I was not in Russia, so it was not a horror for my generation. Dandy. Yeah, this con was better, and it's Dandy Jr. by the way, than the one zeros in my head. But yes, you can see it's typical NES cartridges, but Japanese one, Famicom. Let's play. Well, what was good about this that we had games from every single region. NTC of United States, of Japan, PAL, and I played more games that anyone could play in the world. 999 in one, typical cartridge. This. Finally, the game's selection screen showed up for the cartridge that was bundled with the console. Let's save again. Definitely we must win here. This game. I have the same menu, but they obviously changed the music. It's very nostalgic. Goose Hunt. It's not Duck Hunt, but Goose Hunt here. Done? Yes, it's Battle City actually. Small B and not sure what is this. Well, Gunman, obviously. Lunar Ball. And 02, etc. Just different version of the same game, like with cheats or something else. Too bad most of the names here were just different levels of the same game. Not just different, some containing cheats actually. I know it for Mario. It's very easy to finish it with some cheats on. See? Typical controller with turbo buttons. Pick up the grey rectangle controller and started looking around the pixel letters to find the familiar English word for duck. Ducks is Goose Hunt only. Background music. From the menu, soothed Ollie's mind, and she asked in a calm voice.
А как твои дела в школе?
And how are the things at school?
Да вот, завел пару друзей, наверное.
I made a couple of friends, I guess.
Ого, целых двух. Везет.
Oh, all two of them. Lucky.
А ты говоришь, лисичку увидела?
Right, didn't you say you saw a fox? Hello, Zamashvili. There's actually an S screen here, behind. A Russian version.
Ага, ее зовут Алиса.
Yeah, her name is Alisa. I immediately felt uneasy when my new acquaintance was mentioned. Wait a second, you know her name now? Why?
Откуда ты знаешь? Она так сказала.
How did you know? Did she tell you?
Да, когда с мамой мусор ходили выбрасывать. А еще говорила, что спасла тебя.
Yes, when mom and I were throwing our garbage, she also said that she saved you.
Спасла?
Saved me? I remember my fight with the delinquents in the forest and that mysterious whisper from the thicket. I remembered the fleeing Simeon and the horned giant towering above me with his outstretched hand. All the time I could feel Alisa's unseen presence, as if she was watching me from behind the crooked trees. A smile stuck to her ginger mask. I shuddered, chasing away this delusion.
А еще она что-нибудь говорила?
Did she say anything else?
Не,
Nope.
мама так быстро вернулась. Я ее хотела с лисичкой познакомить, а та уже убежала.
Mom came back so fast. I wanted to introduce them, but the fox has already run off.
Ты ее не боишься?
Aren't you afraid of her?
А почему я должна бояться? Алиса добрая, такая пушистая и красивая.
Strange, you're afraid of the owl, but not afraid of the fox? Strange. Why would I? Alisa is kind, she is so fluffy and pretty.
Не то что сова.
And likes it all. I like both owls and foxes in my childhood. I plugged the light gun into the second controller port, listening to my sister's laughs.
Юрия первая!
I go first. So we are not controlling anything right now. Right? Or controlling something. Maybe not. If I miss, I will reload. We are winning?
Считай, это я тебе поддалась.
I was going easy on you here. What? It's another round. Let's shoot them all. Why? Okay, we did it. It's better not to miss. We have only 3 shots. Will it be another round? So fast? It's good.
Это ты виноват, что я промазала.
Oh, it's your fault I missed. Another round. Final. Oh gosh. I missed! Good. Oh, come on! Why did I missed again, gosh! Hate this.
Титова! Ты ближе к экрану стоял! Я с тобой так больше не играю!
What was this achievement? Can I check it right now?
Антон! Антон!
Okay, next time we'll hit them all. My mom only managed to get through to me on her third attempt.
Антон, тебя к телефону!
Anton, there's a call for you.
Девочка какая-то.
It's a girl. I soared up in an instant and rushed to the hallway. By the way, it's a new location here. No, it's the same location, but not from this angle. Let me check it.
Не споткнись, смотри.
Watch your step. I grabbed the phone, pressed it into my chest, looking at my mom. She shrugged and went into the room, gathering the toys thrown around by Ola as she went.
Алло?
Hello?
У твоей мамы такой молодой голос.
Your mom has such a young voice. Papalina is chasing us.
А, ну да. Она сама молодая.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's young.
Не мешаю?
Are you busy right now?
Нет, что ты.
No, of course not. If only she knew how costly this conversation could be for me. What risk I took on just answering this call. There was a pen and shabby notepad lying on the nightstand. I picked them up and started moving the tip of the pen across paper, producing chaotic dots that always ended up turning into hearts.
Я прочла твои ответы.
I read your answers.
А тебе действительно Кармен нравится?
Do you really like Carmen?
Мне, если по правде, русский рок больше нравится.
I like Russian rock more, to be honest.
Но я почему-то постеснялся это написать.
But I was too embarrassing to put it there for some reason.
А хочешь, Антоша, и я честной буду?
And do you want me to be honest with you too, Antasha?
Конечно.
Of course. My pen drew an outline of a girl's face, her eyes, her long eyelash. Polina spoke in a hushed voice, probably to keep her grandma from hearing.
Мне здесь ужасно тоскливо.
I'm born to death here.
Дома?
At home?
В поселке.
In the village.
Здесь никогда ничего не происходит. А
What?
если происходит, то всякая гадость.
Ah, there's nothing going on here. And if there is, it's always something nasty.
И дело даже не в пропавших детях.
And it's not even about the missing kids.
Здесь музыки мало.
There's almost no music here.
Но у тебя же кассеты есть.
Don't you have your cassettes?
Я не про записи.
I'm not talking about audio records.
Я про... ну, голос этого места.
I mean, this place voice. What are you talking about? That's nice, especially in forest.
Он не мелодичный. Все шуршит, как патефонная игла. Скрипит, воет изредка.
It's not melodic at all. It's rusting like a record player needle. Just squeaks and moans from time to time.
Тут неуютно.
It feels uncomfortable, suffocating.
Не знаю, как объяснить тебе.
I don't know how else to explain this. The pen steep drafted the house, surrounded by tall trees.
Кажется, я тебя понимаю.
I think I know what you mean.
Моя сестренка говорит, что чувствует себя заточенной в темницу.
My little sister says that she feels like a prisoner here.
Вот и я. Я очень люблю дедушку.
Me too,
Бросить его боюсь.
but I love Grandpa. I don't want to abandon him.
Но порой так хочется убежать. Далеко-далеко.
Sometimes I just want to escape so badly, somewhere very far away. Into the forest, I thought half-heartedly, to run under the fallen snowflakes that make your fur white, and the branches that hide you from prying eyes.
Я, когда рисую, будто путешествую.
When I draw, I feel like it's transported to another place. Like he said, I'm traveling. I'm traveling.
У меня так же со скрипкой.
It's the same for me and the violin.
Убегаю по смычку в небо.
I run up, the ball straight to the sky. Or at least I was drawing a butterfly knife, I crossed it over. Thinking of Ronka ruined my mood. Should I tell her? Should I warn her about his plans to seduce her? I think yes. Could throw a wrench into those plans. But what about our Voltron team? I don't care about this Voltron team. They may not be my best friends, but we're still buddies. They're not your buddies, stupid. Who would I become if I betrayed them? But I don't like Pauline as well. It's a tough choice. I don't like Ronka, but if we help him... Paulina will stay away, but what? For some reason, Paulina is actually Alisa. Holy shit. It's hard to decide here. It's very hard choice. Well, obviously I will check every single one account, but right now... In real life, I'll obviously tell her. Let's select Polina here.
Полина,
Polina.
Да?
Yes?
я хочу тебе кое в чем признаться.
I need to tell you something.
Ромка попросил меня об одной услуге.
Ronka has asked me for a favor. I couldn't force out the sound, words slipped and fell down my throat. I started wrapping the telephone wire around my finger from nervousness.
Алло, Антош, я тебя плохо слышу.
Hold on, I can't hear you. I burst it out lightly.
Ромка сделал из меня маньяка.
Ronka has made me into a serial killer. Ringing silence took all the whole.
Что?
What?
Он попросил меня напасть на тебя,
Asked me to attack you,
как будто я какой-то монстр.
like I'm some monster.
А он бы тут же объявился и героически тебя спас.
And he's supposed to show up and save you like a hero.
Алло, Полин,
Hello, Polina? She didn't respond, so I blew into the handset. Why?
Ты согласился?
And did you agree? The tone of her voice became serious, harsh.
нет, как ты могла подумать?
No, how could you think that? Actually, he said yes, so strange.
Я ведь сказал тебе правду.
I told you the truth, remember?
А Ромка с Бяшей, после такого они мне больше не товарищи.
Ronka and Biasha, we can't be friends after something like this. Now he's cruel.
Спасибо.
Don't, thank you.
Я так рада, что ты со мной.
I'm so glad to have you on my side. Her words quickened, and she thoughts about losing Polina passed an imaginary torch, the thrill of meeting her very soon.
Понимаю, как тебе было нелегко рассказать такое.
I understand how difficult it was for you to divulge something like this.
Слушай, дедушка всегда говорил, что музыка лечит душу.
You know, Grandpa always says that music can cure your soul? Doubtable.
Хочешь, я тебе сыграю?
Do you want me to play something for you?
Где? В школе?
At school? By phone, of course.
Нет же, после школы.
No, silly, after school.
Придешь завтра ко мне в гости?
Will you come over to my place? I dropped my pen, struggling to believe in what I just heard. Then I rushed to get it from under the nightstand and rammed my head into it.
Конечно. Почему бы и нет?
Of course, why not?
Тогда завтра после уроков, хорошо?
Tomorrow after school then. But what about the stupid notes? Everyone ignore it now. A bump was slowly bubbling up on my forehead, but I almost didn't feel it. The doorbell rang before I could reply. My wandering gaze stumbled open the door. Ronka and Biasha came to pick me up for the rehearsal, and I was supposed to help them lure away the girl I like. I have to pretend that I'm on their side, for Polina's sake.
Полин, подожди минутку.
Polina, wait a moment. I made a couple of steps and pressed myself into the door. Look! And made the option not to look. Holy shit. The light bulb hanging on the outside illuminated the porch, and I could discern two short silhouettes through the frozen peephole. Look what the cat dragged in.
Подождите, я сейчас!
Please wait, I'll be out in a moment. I turned to the phone and picked up the handset.
Мне надо бежать.
I need to run.
Мне тоже.
Me too.
Спасибо, что выслушал.
Thanks for lending an ear. My ear vibrated from the buzzing sounds. I lowered the handset on the phone and snuck a peek at the staircase. My mom, engrossed in her favorite TV show, didn't hear the ringer. I put on my shoes and hat without warning anyone and slipped into the dark winter evening. I blinked, getting used to the twilight, the wind plucked at my cheeks. Carried the cold, the smell of coniferous trees, was the first freezing air cracked somewhere in the fields. Two shadows loomed from the gate. I could only recognize them as my classmates because of their height. I walked around the fence, listening to the howling wind and the squeaking snow. One of the figures moved and slowly glided toward the thicket, like an ice skater. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying in vain to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Worry landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. A snake woke up in my belly and started breathing. I felt nauseous. I thought about home, the flimsy fortress behind my back. Mom and Oda were sitting on the second floor of the warm house in front of the TV, watching the adventures of characters in Santa Barbara. I really didn't want to be a part of Romka's plan. And what I wanted even less was going there, to the place where Double Shadow was whirring in the wind.
Ну что, дострял-на?
Why so slow?
Мы тут замерзли совсем.
We're freezing here. Yasha's voice was trembling, and the restless Romka was letting out clouds of steam. He looked deep in thought and in love,
До костей продрогли-на.
freezing to the bone.
Шевелись!
Move it!
Да иду.
I'm going. I heaved a deep sigh and walked forward, kicking snow piles. Yasha froze in place, facing the taiga. By the way, just yesterday, a famous artist, just dying Tenga, found here in the middle of nowhere in snow. And yet, as usual, everyone's saying that Mystery Forest, despite it's so easy to die here, be constantly a friend, and I don't trust him. Just superstitious. He was a hand's reach away, and I put my numb wrist on his shoulder for some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. Don't tell me that all this time you wasn't all. A Apparently Vic was directed at me, strewn with feathers, that formed an old face. Something wearing a bird mask was staring at me.
До самых косточек.
Hot to the bone. Well, I know that this all can imitate everyone's voice and everyone's appearance, so it might be not Basha, but all herself. The voice sounded exactly like Biasha's, but there was somebody else hiding behind the feathers and the cardboard. It's very loud here. I sprinted away, as if somebody wanted me. The masked creature only pretended to be Biasha. They wanted to lure me out, but why it's a problem? I was running like crazy, drowning in snow. The house in front of me was rapidly growing. The yellow light, its windows, granted me hope. My mom and sister are there, my salvation. I couldn't hear anything from behind me, as if nobody was chasing me. Maybe it's because the owls can fly? I was already climbing the porch when I noticed another figure. Really, they cannot be a wolf and an owl. I believe you cannot see because of my camera here. Let me hide it. Well, it's possible that these kids can actually be wolf and owl. But maybe not. On the still black shadow of my house, a scruffy wolf cub crawled out and stood in my way. Its movements were jerky, chaotic, as if it was performing some terrifying dance, or convulsing during a stroke. And even so, I could clearly see that the wolf face was a mask. Something in these werewolf's convulsions made me freeze in place. The bull in the wolf's costume rubbed his side against the porch post and fell to his knees. He banged his back so hard that I expected his spine to crack. The beast's eyes shone, but he didn't attack. Why? Why should he attack? It was strange. He kept crawling around and running on all fours. I shifted my feet, my mouth again, trying to keep him in my line of sight. Something was stricken from the slit in the mask. Vicious drops fell to the wooden planks. Some unknown force pushed me in the back, whispering me to save myself. The fence was flashing by at the edge of my vision. Who was this? All again. I was running, in another direction this time, toward the edge of the forest that smelled of pine. My heartbeats measured time. The wolf boy growled behind my back as if he forgot his human nature. My right leg got stuck in the snow, leaden cavity. I yelled it out, cursing under my breath, and fell to the ground. Blustering snow prevented me from standing up, from propping myself against anything. But my unbound thirst for life helped me get out of the trap. Darkness was creeping closer, like the toxic fumes of burial parents. I ran again, gasping for air. That stung my throat. My hair split in the wind. I lost my head when I fell down, and my ears were now hot from the freezing cold, while most of my body was still sweaty. The field finally ended. After realizing that running into the forest wasn't the smartest decision I could make, I dove into the line of trees. I ran without stopping, my face covered with one of my paws. I didn't want to lose an eye to some random branch. Branches ripped my clothes, pricked my skin like butchers that were herding a pig into the grinder. And all the fruits, sprouting from the ground, grabbed at my foot. I rammed into the scrunchy trunk, slid down to its base, and looked around in a panic. You are so fast! And by the way, she's holding our hat. My first desire was to dash toward her and hug her. So, Alisa can be Polina. Actually, Polina can be Alisa. Because she said that she must rush and hair sharp. I resisted it and squeezed myself even tighter in the pine.
Что ты здесь делаешь?
You, what are you doing here?
Да вот.
This and that. So, he's afraid of wolf and all, but not of the fox, despite they are all the same. Strange. She was holding the hat I lost.
В бюро находок подрабатываю.
Working part-time in Lost and Found.
Надевай, а то уши замерзнут, а потом, глядишь, и вовсе отвалятся.
Put it on or your ears will freeze and maybe even fall off soon. She giggled. I squinted in suspicion and shifted my gaze back and forth between her and the hut, scared that Alisa might be holding a serial head or something more sinister. But in the end, my head turned out to be just my head. We can take or there's no other choice. I took it and pulled it over my forehead.
Тепло?
Feeling warmer? And where's my mask, by the way? I didn't reply.
Там во дворе были какие-то дети.
There were some children in the yard.
И что, покусали тебя, что ли?
And? Did they bite you or something?
Нет.
No.
А чего же ты убежал?
Then why did you run away? Answer was obvious, but after learning the thought on my tongue, I mumbled.
Не знаю.
I have no idea.
Эх, обещала не обзывать тебя дурачком.
Why did I promise to never call you a dunce again?
А я обещание исполняю.
Well, I keep my promises. She walked up to me and grabbed me by the elbow. I scented the familiar aroma of mints, oranges, and burnt sparkles. I wanted to lean to Alisa, to savor the minute details of her smell.
Сколько можно повторять? Со мной ты в безопасности.
How many times do I need to tell you? You're safe as long as you're with me?
Я твой друг.
I'm your friend.
И они.
And they are too. I quickly turned around toward the place the fox girl was pointed to. Kids and masks appeared at the clearing. At least they looked like kids, since they were all pretty short. A wolf boy, an old girl, and a bear boy. Wait a second, so as I thought, all is a girl, so it cannot be Biashka. It's impossible. They all huffed and gasped for air, clearly tired from running around. Well, Katya can be all. Well, there's no other characters, or they can be all there by themselves. Totally strangers and animals who turned into humans with masks.
Я думала, ты в снег провалился.
I thought you fell through the snow. So, see, this game actually not a horror. It's not horror at all.
Стала снег копать, нет тебя.
Started digging around, but couldn't find you.
А я не копал. Лень копать было.
And I didn't care enough. It's a new character here.
А ну как получается? Если дурак, ты бегай да копай.
You see, if you're dumb, you run around and dig.
А если умный, подожди, пока другие набегаются, накопаются и устанут.
And if you're smart, you wait until the others get tired of running around and digging.
И уж тогда заводи разговор.
Then you start talking.
Как я рад!
He said, I'm very happy. That sounded like you're red. Okay.
Дегенерат!
Degenerate. English adaptation.
А?
Не обращай внимания, он со странностями.
Don't mind him, he's a weirdo. I stood there stupefied, my mouth agape and my hands dangling helplessly. So actually, it's a real kiss. From what we saw, so this is Polina. The other two, Dashka and Romka, despite the O is actually female here. Well, I don't know, they can change gender. And Burr is missing Simeon, but why is he missing? Well, who is well in this case? And this girl? Sad that there's no final episode released. Still, because I really want to know what will be the end. Alright, I had no idea how to react to the words of this late night guest, but I managed to squeeze out something resembling a smile.
Вы просто меня напугали.
You just scared me, that's all. Yep. They started looking at each other, and somebody even snorted as if I said something funny.
Да, Лиса права!
Yes, the fox is right.
Это он.
He's the one.
Нет, это наш!
No, this is our.
Неужели нашли?
Have you finally found him? What is your face? You show it again. Here it is. So, I was right. He's not human. Anton is not human. It's impossible.
Наш зайчик.
Our bunny.
Да-да, похож.
Yes, he looks a bird. The lookboat started wagging a part of his costume like it was his tail. In excitement. First.
Ну, конечно, ты первый.
Of course you were first. Yeah, we saw him on the first episode.
Это Волчик раньше всех почуял зайчика в тебе и рассказал нам.
Well, he was the first to send the bunny in you. He told us about you.
Здравствуй.
Hello?
С нашей совушкой ты знаком не понаслышке. Не такая уж она и страшная, правда?
And you already met our Hootie before. She isn't that scary, is she?
Да, наверное.
I guess.
А этот улыбчивый бугай — медвежутка.
And this smiling big guy is not Teddy. She said a mix of words between a bear and horror. Bear horror? Horror bear? Well, it was adopted by Teddy here, but okay.
Ты лучше с ним поласковее, а то голову откусит.
Be mindful with him or he'll chew off your head.
Зачем это?
Why?
Да, смотрю, ты чувство юмора где-то обронил.
I see you also dropped your sense of humor somewhere on the way here. I was still unsure if there was regular little animals had their best intentions in mind, so I had my hands behind my back, trying to look away from the gaping holes of the carnival masks. Alisa put her hands to her sides in a surgical manner and somehow managed to wink with her fox face. Look at this! What with bronze hands? Interesting. Interesting. Must be a very important detail here. But I don't remember that. Should it damage his fist somehow? Anyway.
Когда в следующий раз придем, будем звенеть в колокольчики, чтобы ты не так боялся нашего визита.
The next time you come, we'll ring bells to you. That way you'll be less scared of our visit.
А у нас разве есть колокольчики?
Do we even have any bells?
Чур, я звенить не буду.
I won't be ringing.
У меня лапка болит.
My power hurts. Oh, they show it to us. My smile was no longer fake.
О, зубы показал. Это добрый знак.
Oh, you showed us your teeth. That's a good sign.
Не ожидала, что сможем тебя рассмешить.
I didn't expect you to find us fun.
Я думала, это под силу только Диснейленду.
I thought it was an emotion reserved strictly to Disneyland, and Sam mentioned Disneyland, so it must be Polina.
Откуда ты знаешь?
How do you know that?
Да так, прочитала кое-где.
I read about it. Somewhere.
Про меня?
You read about me?
Про клюв от воробья. Про Диснейленд яхонтовый.
And you finally know about Disneyland, darling.
Ты умеешь читать по-человечески?
You can read human?
Зря я, что ли, в школу хожу день ото дня.
Do you think I've been going to school every day for nothing? So she's going to school. Interesting. And then she sang in a concrete-ish voice.
Как детей не замечать, как мечты их развенчать. Учат в школе, учат в школе,
Holy
учат в
shit.
школе. Крепко-накрепко вломить, с детства слабеньких чморить. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе.
Nice song. Very nice one. We do hit hits every week. Where to pray on all the week. At your local school, of course, and in your classroom. I let out a cautious laugh. My new acquaintances didn't seem scary anymore. On the contrary, they looked friendly and welcoming. There was something about them that attracted me. Just like this glaring, this moon, as a snowflake that fell backwards. Backwards? They fell in backwards? What? From the ground to the sky, as if someone was rewinding a tape. Yeah, I cannot see her tail. Or anyone else. But they weren't clothes. My kids got close and I felt their touch. They gave me friendly taps, felt my clothes as if checking whether I was real. There was no animalistic malice in their touch, only pure childish curiosity. For some reason I thought to myself, I can trust them. Snowflake just kept on floating upwards.
Никто тебя больше не обидит.
Nobody will hurt you anymore.
Драк.
Friends.
Пусть только попробуют.
If somebody even tries to. The folks gave me a slight tug and burst out laughing.
Ну что, Тоша, убежишь с воплями или с нами пойдешь?
Well, Santosha, will you run away and screaming or come with us?
Куда?
Where to?
На аттракционы!
To the amusement park. That moment, Tiger's deceptive silence was broken by the sound of distant flute. Mesmerizing and alluring, it brought about the ring of crystal glass and the whispers of a fresh winter spring. If I had any doubts before, the flute soon shattered the last of them. I started following my new friends before I could even make my decision. My legs scared me of their own will, and the tunnels made of pines stepped apart. Bushes built in front of our procession. Everything looked dreamlike. Because even the clearing we ended up on, I only saw in my dream. The flute soared up in the treetops like some fantastical bird. The snowflakes floated up in a spiral. The moon painted tree branches with silver. Alisa gasped in amazement. I was also in awe. I tilted my head backwards as far as I could.
Красиво как.
Hoots, what a sight!
Очень красиво.
It's so beautiful. Wolfie howls in agreement.
Это мелочи.
This is nothing.
Я покажу гораздо больше,
I can show you much more
если захочешь.
if you want. I did want. I wanted to see what the fox girl saw with your eyes, and then in the semi-dark of your cave. Now I didn't feel worried about these masked kids. I felt worried for being the only one without a mask. I felt like I was naked in the general winds.
Скажите, а зачем вам маски?
Why do you wear these masks? I was trembling, but I wasn't scared. My trembling wasn't caused by the cold. It originated from the peculiar unconsciousness. And pronounced as the anticipation of something amazing.
А тебе зачем?
And why do you ask? I touched my cold cheek.
Но я без маски.
I'm not wearing one.
Обожаю человеческие сказки.
I love human tales.
Человеческие ласки?
Human else? Just kind of different, but you know, it's an English adaptation.
Человеческие дрязги.
Human fails. Was closer.
Я же говорила,
I already told you.
все жители поселка носят маски.
All inhabitants of this exact village wear masks.
Только скрываются за ними отнюдь не люди.
Just you won't find anything human underneath them.
И даже я?
Even me?
Ты такой рассеянный, Антон.
You're so clumsy, Anton.
Однажды мы уже нашли твои очки.
You already found your glasses once already.
И шапку.
And your hat. And your mask.
И твое настоящее лицо.
And your real face. So it's not mask, it's actually our face. I look at the mask the fox was holding out to me. The bunny mask that looked like a silver ingot under the moonlight. I was curious to see the world through its slits. And of course the only choice is take it. Suddenly, finding its way through the flute's melody, a thought came to me. The glasses they found were in Simeon's possession. My new acquaintances must have known what happened to him. Or even worse.
А куда подевался Семен? Что с ним стало?
And where did Simeon disappear to? What happened to him?
И с остальными детьми?
And the other children? They're totally afraid. It's totally a black garage, for sure. The band they all look at each other. The wolf bore grunting a bow, and the fox lowered the pointy nose of her mask.
Тот, кого держали в клетке.
The one who was kept in a cage.
Тот, кто режет мелко-мелко.
So he has differently separate plots for the serial killer. The one who cuts into little pieces.
Тот, кто носит кожаное лицо, забрал их.
The one who wears a skin face took them.
Умел бы я креститься, перекрестился бы.
If I knew how to cross myself, I'll do it.
Хотите сказать, это был человек?
So you're saying it was a human?
Чем ты только слушал?
Were you even listening to us?
Разве можно назвать такого, как он, человеком?
How can you call someone like him human?
Одно слово. Взрослый.
That's just one word for him, an adult.
В мире взрослых так легко потеряться.
Another allusion to Peter Pan. It's so easy to get lost in the adult world.
Убийцы, жестокие дрессировщики и равнодушные родители.
Killers, cruel animal trainers, and cold parents.
Лучше об этом вовсе не думать, чтобы не грустить.
If you don't want to get sad, better not to think about them.
Не знаю, как вам, а мне печалиться совсем не хочется.
I don't know about you, but I definitely don't want to be sad.
И я сегодня какой-то не грустный.
Somehow, I'm also not sad today.
Антон, а ты?
What about you, Anton?
А?
I was lost in thought, staring at the pines, trying to pinpoint the location of the flute. I was sure that the person who played it was standing right behind the piney stockade. Someone tall, going all the holes in the flute with their long fingers. Krampus?
Так что, сядем тосковать или займемся отдыхом?
What now? Are we gonna sit and be sad or have some fun?
Алиса хотела что-то показать.
Alisa wanted to show me something.
Давай начнем с самой сладкой части программы.
Let's start with the sweet stuff. First girl took out a handful of candy from her pocket and handed them to each of the kids. Carrots shuffled the smell of pineapple, cocoa, and melon wafted through the air. This looks very strange. The last thread, a chocolate-covered waffle candy, Alisa put right into my mouth. My tongue was engulfed in spiciness. I felt like my body was covered in fur and small sparks were running along it. I chewed on the waffle and the chocolate, gobbled them down, enjoying their vivid taste.
Спасибо.
Thanks. My gratitude was barely audible because my lips were already touched the insides of a mask. What with our vision? Okay, now it's good. I didn't even notice how I put it against my face. The papier-mâché was warm, the mask stuck to my skin, giving it a nice wrinkle. The kind when you dive into a hot bath after being outside in winter, when you lie there and pour from the soapy water, can imagine the final battle against the Silver Cure with a very creepy rabbit. Us.
Говорила же, это твое!
See, I told you, this is yours.
Мое.
Mine.
Чего стоим? За нас веселиться никто не будет.
What are you waiting for? The fun won't have itself.
И то верно.
You're right. The melody kept swirling in the field like a hurricane. I couldn't wait to release the energy, the heat that this enchanting music was filling me with. An owl can fly, see this? They're actually animals. They all jump and disappeared into the sky. I heard her laughter from somewhere above, and then she leaned back, huffing and sighing.
И ты так можешь. Попробуй.
You can do it too. Give it a try. I followed suit. They colored! The colors here! Nice. That's why it was black and white. Should I change my face into color? Oh, why actually not? Because it's colorful. I think not for the long, until I turn back to reality. My feet turned off from the ground. I flew toward the stars, like a rocket, and screamed from happiness after seeing my friends down below. The wind helped me fly. It felt like I was jumping on a huge trampoline. The stars looked like vivid sparkles that I could reach and lick up. The moon also got closer and then I plunged. Got scared that I break my legs for a moment, but my soles landed softly on the ground and I regained my balance. Second one. I need to tie this. Or maybe not. I almost wanted to spell this. Okay, better stay away.
С нами ты в безопасности.
You're safe with us,
И все твои мечты станут явью.
and all your dreams will come true.
Я так счастлива наконец обрести тебя.
I'm so happy that I finally found you,
Зайчик.
Bunny. In a fit of merry laughter, released the most important thing. These four are not a threat, but real enemies, and I felt that with every single hair on my mask were those who knew nothing about magic. Humans from the village. I also realized how alive my surroundings have become. I heard the dry grass under the snowman. I saw faces of the trees and the stars. The trees were sparkling, and the stars were reminiscent and fair. Now what? That's right, be scared. I'll jump up to you and... I stamped my teeth, then let out a jubilant laugh, jumping up alone with the fox. Your eyes are blue, by the way. Let's remember this. We flew higher than the tallest pines and stayed in the air. Oh yeah, you cannot see it. But let's remember that your eyes are blue. Let's set the brown. Green, both I cannot see them, or green, yellowish. As fruit, Alisa followed my rhythm. I knew that she was smiling, so I smiled too. And the flute just kept on playing, carrying us higher and higher.
Ты чё, опять в облаках витаешь?
Roma? You got hurt. Got your head in the clouds again? And we're back to reality in school. Why are we in school and why it's grayed out? Oh gosh. Kinda very sad. Was it a flashback for us? But why we in school? I have no idea. Sad. But I will select if there will be no true ending, just endings to select. The best ending would be stay with furry friends. Not with you, Rand. I stood trying to uncle my chin from the desk. My muscles felt slightly sore, but that feeling was pleasant. Simon Baburin still missing. The whole class was running about for some reason, whispering and passing notes to each other. Their faces looked like discarded masks to me, bleak and barren. I yawned, remembering that time I was soaring high above the forest, with Alisa by my side, laughing and squeezing my hands. Perhaps no, probably. It was all just a dream. Because I didn't walk back from the forest, just woke up in my bed on a normal morning with tea and medicine. Still, I was hardly worried about trying to find a rational explanation for my night dance. That feeling of fight was much more important. Hello, anybody, Robert. So, we finally got a colorful game. But it was very short, very sad. Knowledge of how it feels to be hanging in the air above the treetops of majestic pines and burying my teeth at the moon.
Ну чего?
What do you want?
Чё-чё? Пока ты носом клевал, Катька пропала.
What do I want? While you were nodding off here, Katya went missing. Okay, if you still will see this Alisa, so Katya is not related to Alisa, but Polina. Alright, my sleepiness was gone in an instant. I frowned in suspicion.
Как пропал? Быть не может.
What do you mean? It can't be! Tension missile. Child missing. Katya Smirnova, 12 years old. Was last seen during the day of January 12? I was sure that in episode 2 it was January 16. Okay, yes, January 12. And it was a bug or something. We didn't read it correctly. And the fine features: 155 centimeter tall, green eyes. Green eyes? Okay, so it's definitely not here because Alisa has blue eyes. Light brown hair, lean build. She was dressed in a fur hooded coat and knitted hats with a pom-pom, a white scarf, and gloves. Special identifying features. What about Shurik? What was his eyes? Had a flower-shaped brush on her head. If anybody has information of Katya's whereabouts, call the following numbers.
Катя!
We did finish the last episode. Oh, it's so sad. Thank you for completing episode 3. We are deeply grateful for everyone who purchased the game in early access. All the profits will go toward faster development of the game. Why it sent it? What is this? I think it will lead to the website. Okay, you must unlock every single achievement here. How can I check the achievements? Can I check it on my phone? They must be updated in real time. Let's see, there's Steam for phone, right? It would be better than I will be switching between them, etc. Steam Guard confirmation, what's confirmation? Store community, library, maybe it's in library. Library. Anybody? 8 hours and .8. Wait a second, we use stats. How achievements, phones achievements. 15 of 31, so I finished only 48 achievements for this game. What did I get? Examined all the objects in episode 1. You obtained a mitten. You coded the report footage. You listened to nursery rhythm fragment on the radio. You accepted the Fox threat. You examined all the objects in episode 2. You used force. You were victorious in a fight. You went on a date with Alisa. It was a date. Why is it short? Because it's still early access. They spent 2 years, but so far they were able to create only 3 episodes out of 5. And I believe the last episode will be in 2023. It'll take a lot of time. Obviously we must return to this game next year, or in autumn maybe it will be episode 4. You were able to escape the friend zone. I escaped the friend zone? I escaped the friend zone? Oh, it's Polina. And it's possible that Polina and Alisa is the same person, but I doubt. No, they cannot. Polina will disappear in episode 4, we'll find her in episode 5, everyone will be happy, but we will go and stay with all these animals. Something. You missed the policeman's speech. Because I was clicking on this book, okay. You won in rock, paper, scissors. You made your sister upset. I made my sister upset. You avoided everyone's attention. Avoided everyone's attention. You examined all the objects in episode 3. Okay, we must work on other achievements now. Like, you received the policeman's number? Wait a second, when I was trying to get it, it was not possible to do? Wait a second, when our mother left the kitchen, we must check the policeman's number. Next, you escaped it. You escaped it? From who? You spent the evening with your sister. What? You rejected the fox threat. Okay, let's try to get this magnet and do the other choices. First of all. Did I forget about this? What else? Don't know how to stand up for yourself. You went on a date with Polina. You're hoping for a miracle. You overestimate yourself. What? Your true partner. How to unlock them? Magma is coursing through your veins. You design frenzied fusion. You got Simeon's signet ring. It's possible to get it? How? You lost in rock, paper, scissors. You took care of all the dogs. Yeah, I didn't do this. I missed only one dog. You made your sister happy? You refused the amulet. There was the amulet? You accepted the amulet. What amulet? Okay, let's start replaying and selecting other choices. From the new game and skipping everything that we saw. Let's go. And here it is, folks. Please. See, even I. So, first choice is no choice except height. We can open, but nothing else. Here we did examine everything, but to remove the magnet, let's go to kitchen, light them up. And after this, check this. Senior Lieutenant. Yeah, we did it. Tikhonov Konstantin Vladimirovich. Telephone number 20337. Okay, this one is finished. We got the achievement so easy. Next one. You escaped? Looks like we shouldn't get the meeting. There's no time for this, Mom. We'll come back soon. There's no time for this. Okay, let's go. Skip it again. We will be running away now. And we cannot skip this because it's a new one. And it's new, something new in glossary. What? There's nothing new in glossary. Looks like it's keep updating. It must be fixed. Lumps of snow fell from the bench, and that reminded me of the sound soul makes when you throw it into the pit on top of a casket. I immediately felt dizzy, as if I was balancing at a precipice. I slowly backed away from my funding. It felt like the moment I touched it, a trap would spring, and the mouse would get caught. Someone walked on the ice close by. My inner voice whispered, "Save yourself, run!" My nerves got the better of me. I ran, burned my head in my shoulders. And this is totally the same. Run for your life. Achievement unlocked. No, nice. Nice. Next, you spend the evening with your sister. That will be very easy. We'll just not be looking at this Criminal Russia episode. She's right here. There's nothing else we can do. One of the rooms was empty. I hid the policeman phone number there. Oh. Can collect hints. We will definitely need it in the future. So looks like when the next, the final episode will be released, we will recollect everything to get the best possible ending. Simply action drained the last bit of strange from me. Said that we will not be was able to save at the end of this episode. To continue from where I stopped. I sat on the bed. I cannot rewind it, and only then I noticed there was someone behind the curtains. No, the gag also very appropriate. That's it. My tired hand dropped to the sheets. We cannot rewind it because in this conversation there will be nothing about the meeting. Whether it was due to medication, it's totally the same. Let's skip it.
Оля? Оля, очень...
Попался!
Totally the
Я
same.
сразу
А почему к нам милиция приходила?
It's totally the same. Just because I didn't find this note, I totally forgot about it.
Боится?
Не может... Ты как... Нет.
Как так и...
Не... У тебя...
Что?
Ага.
Now we can rewind. Okay, here we can only turn on. Instead of setting TV, we're going to search. Predator? Home Alone? This is for Kinder Surprise, so Kinder Joy in America. Nice, nice, nice. Little Mermaid. I shifted through the shelves, full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise dolls. Oh, I wanted to hide, but okay. Found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. Wait a second, Peter Pan was on top, what it's doing inside? I got the black rectangle from its box. We got the achievement already. Okay, let me check what is the next one. You rejected the fox threat. Okay, let's reject it. But why? can get turbo from it. Deep inside its rusted while ruined it to begin. Its rustle was lulling me to sleep. Don't set attack me while I was sweating before that be 1 second. Oh gosh. Can't read all the time. Images swirled in my head, me and Ola flying above the forest, tumbling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I notice that the clouds underneath are sparse, bearing the rusty pine tops. Swampy darkness snurped among the trees. The winds are no longer able to hold us and honor.
Ты не смотришь без меня?
You haven't started without me, have you? Okay, this is totally the same, but she will not try to trick us, and we are not trying to hide this cassette from her, isn't it?
Нет, садись.
Okay, let me read it. You haven't started without me, have you? My sister brought me a tray with unevenly cut breads and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes. No, come sit.
Мама с папой опять ругаются.
Mom and Dad are arguing again.
У них сейчас период такой.
They're going through rough times.
Глупый какой-то период.
Rough times are lame. On the screen was hiding Peter Pan's shadow in the dresser while I was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana.
Может, и нам родители собачку купят?
Maybe Mom and Dad will buy us a dog too?
Ага,
Yeah.
как же.
Obviously not.
В Небыляндии у меня будет своя собственная собака. И кошка. И попугайчик.
I'll have my own dog in the Netherlands, and a cat, and a parrot. Ola smelled a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me.
А у тебя все молочные зубы выпали?
Have you lost all your baby teeth?
Конечно.
Obviously. Ola frowned deep in thought.
У Питера Пэна зубы молочные.
But Peter Pan has baby teeth.
Вдруг со взрослыми зубами тебя не пустят в его страну?
What if they won't let you go to his land with adult teeth?
Мы что-нибудь обязательно придумаем.
I'll think of something. Wait a second, pirates here, adults, and they have no problem being here.
Попросим папу исправить тебе возраст в паспорте.
Ask that to alter your age in the passport?
С чего это папа будет документы подделывать?
And why would that forge documents? Ola took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with your mouth full.
Будет. Мама говорила, что он так делал. А я подслушала.
Oh, that's why they're trying to find him. He will. What months that he did that before.
Смотри, уши вырастут, как у Дамбо.
You grow ears as big as Dumbos. When I got worried and touched your ear, I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now, just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and James Hook. As if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there, in a land where one never ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. Felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. My sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору
Okay, we
задерни!
saw it. We can only close it. What's on the window, still in the field, when Mom peeked into my room?
Довольно баловства.
Okay. So we must refuse it. Just don't understand why. Why is this music here? Refuse? No thanks. I didn't want to offend the first person I've made contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take gum off the hand of some weird girl. What if she found it in a snow pile? Or what if it's a prank candy, the kind that blows up in your face when you unwrap it?
У меня на сладкое аллергия.
I'm allergic to sweets. What?
Что?
She sounded puzzled.
Ты чего?
Живешь в мире таблеток и микстур?
Are you in the world of pills and mixtures? By the way, he is.
Ну, в целом, да.
Well, more or less. The fox whistled. Your palm was empty now. It floated in the air, catching snowflakes, now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared.
И Новый год у вас правда раз в 12 месяцев?
And you only celebrate New Year's once in 12 months, right?
Есть эти...
And you have those... She clicked her fingers, trying to remember something.
понедельники?
Mondays?
Ага.
Yeah. I smelled.
Как все запущено.
And your difficult case.
Вам бы, юноша, кило шоколада съесть против скуки и уныния.
I prescribe you a kilo of chocolates to bottle your boredom, young man. Why, it's not a pound? 2 pounds of chocolate. What is this? Who are you? Okay, now we can read it. This man is very suspicious. Let's see what is the next one. You don't know how to stand up for yourself. Oh, well, it's kinda obvious. And after this, you went on a date with Paulina. Well, let's go. Right. So we endure. Endure. It's kinda stupid to endure, but okay. I braced and louder, stood up, message on my temples. Simeon made a mocking face, as if asking me wordlessly, and what are you going to do about it? By the way, if there will be in note what colors are his eyes, it'll be interesting to find that they will be green? They were green. Foxes were blue. I look at his red fists that seemed so big to me at the moment and released. If I said even a single word, I'd get hit. And he'll keep on hitting me until I cry, or maybe even that won't stop him. And nobody was going to help me.
Простите,
Sorry,
я споткнулся.
I tripped. What a pathetic squeak. If you could actually burn up from shame, not being reduced to cinders by now.
Ходить нормально научись,
Learn how to walk.
слепошара.
Blind rat. I lowered my eyes and squeezed past Simeon. He assured me with the smell of the cane teeth.
Пока-пока, терпела.
Bye-bye, sucker. I translated looking the pearl with the same word sucker. The fatso let out a loud snore behind my back. The muscles became wooden and I felt him whipping his hand on my back. We got it. Next is Paulina dates, but maybe it will not happen because we didn't fight back. Continued walking, listening to the meaning smirks from all the sides. It was even worse than I expected. I was late to this school after classes on purpose. And something new, this was a relief, I didn't want to meet him in the empty hallway. The smirks of my classmates stood before my eyes like overtuned horseshoes. That's at a lot of fun at my expense, but those who missed the show were asking the others to describe my bullying in full detail. I should just transfer it into a school for freaks. I'll be less conspicuous among hunchbacks, lame-legged and disfigured. As other students were leaving the school, I laughed loudly. I was pretending to skim through my books near a window. I was standing outside, nervous. By the way, these shoes, the line here, definitely this. Who was this guy? Don't remember who lost them. I was staring outside, nervous. Simeon was, and by the way, it's done. And yeah, we can go on date with her. I saw Baburin push you.
Ты в порядке?
Are you alright? The bump on my head hurt, but it wasn't all that much uncomfortable.
В порядке.
I'm fine.
Пустяк.
So Alisa said that she's attending school, so Paulina can be Alisa. It's nothing.
Ага, пустяк.
It's definitely not nothing.
Этот придурок в последнее время совсем распоясался.
That idiot can't control himself at all lately.
Врезал бы ты ему.
Should punch at him back.
Угу.
And mumbled in reply.
Вроде Семен раньше таким не был.
Simon wasn't like that before. Now we can convince. I started showing books in my backpack, or to at least put something in my hands. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
А ты за рекой живешь?
Do you live over the river? Strange. No! We cannot! We simply cannot get date with you because we didn't fight back. Oh, I'm sorry, Semyon would say while showing me up the staircase in a way that could break my neck. Nice. Oh, oops, didn't mean it after spilling compound on me in the cafeteria. And this kept happening every day. I couldn't relax for a moment because of this sting of consequences. And to my horror, Alisa said it was only going to get worse and I couldn't do anything about it. I always walked looking down at school and counted down minutes until the classes ended. Only in rare moments, when I caught Polina's look at me, I checked from embarrassment and was ready to fight, but as if to mock me, nothing happened. And then my rage subsided and everything turned to normal. I always went home alone. And there's no Alisa here. Interesting, interesting. First I slipped through the village, then over the bridge across the river, and then finally through the forest. The road slithered between the trees for around 10 minutes. There were no passerby, only cars slowly crowded past me, as if afraid to sink in snow. Cars in village. I tried walking as fast as possible because branches, white from the snow and black trunks, created an illusion of someone wandering the forest. Somebody tall, sneaky, who can turn into a tree or a snow pile and then, when nobody's looking at them, continue their journey along the road.
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
Yeah, Antoshka. Heart nearly stopped. You here alone? No, it will be the same.
Опачки, какая встреча!
And who do we have here? If we didn't fight back, so Alisa definitely saw us. So she's our classmate. Who do we have here?
Очкарик в зубе сарик на.
Okay, after Polina, what is this? You were hoping for a miracle, and you overestimated yourself. And you true painter, I don't know how to get all of them. There must be a guide somewhere in Steam, but we'll try to figure it out ourselves. Check out this four eyes freak. It surrounded me like a carnival sprite, making me step back, okay? Look at the sucker, guys. A new voice?
В школе так споткнулся, что паркет
no.
помял.
It's him. He tripped so hard at school that he broke the floor.
А ремонтировать кто будет?
Who will repair it now?
Кинешься на ремонт, терпила.
Will you pay for it, Wim?
Не бзди, мы тебя правильно ходить научим.
Don't you worry, we'll teach you how to walk right. How can we steal this?
Стой!
They're going to gang up on me and beat me up.
Беша, подсоби.
The boy in a tracksuit raised his hand, stopping the door of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. It was a surprise for me. It seems like Baburin wasn't the leader of the gang. I saw this text already, but okay. Reality is they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. Minds were swaying back and forth like solemn guard. Reading. For example, Polina, what? Show me backlog. What if someone from our class will pass by? For example, Polina?
Нет!
No.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Sema, put it on him. Yasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Well, we cannot fight back? No, only put it on. I see. Okay, let's put it on. I reached out, my hands wasn't shaking anymore. Simeon handed me the mask and let out an evil laugh. The fool felt warm to the touch, just like I expected. I got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine. Will he kill them all?
Вот оно,
This is it,
мое спасение.
my salvation. A voice whispered to me from the well of my subconscious, just put it on and nobody will hurt you. The forest froze, gazing at me with cracks in the bark. I wanted to put it on before, but because of the speed, I decided like, no, I will never do this. I acted slowly. I took off my glasses, got rid of the nasty speed on the papier-mâché. There was movement inside of the bunny face, as if something was trying to break out, and I needed to help it. I lifted up the mask and started moving it toward my flaming cheeks, just like in that movie with Jim Carrey. His mask had power. His mask had strange. Cartoon touched my skin. Cartoon. It enveloped my skull. My nose took the shape of my face. It smelled like an animal lair and pine. My lips touched some of hard, webby material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys, frozen in the clearing. Snowflakes frozen in the air. The trees, shadows from black streams toward me. And the weird silhouettes in the early twilight behind the windfall. In all that silence, Simeon nervously whispered,
Пацаны, что это с ним?
"Because what's up with him?" I brought on my shoulders. My muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plums of fog flew toward me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the forest power with every pore of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growing, so it was actually a good decision to put this mask on, but... Okay, we're
Он
robots.
превращается!
He's turning! He asked for this. I made a step forward. Simeon carefully stepped towards me as he was walking with thin eyes. A trail from my dreams snaked in front of me again. Endless, alluring. He's beckoning me away from all the problems to the new wonderful world, the world of magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opening my coat, and threw it into the snow with a fast motion. Then growled. I felt like something was frantically looking for the exit underneath my skin. I went towards Simeon.
Он превращается!
He's turning!
Твою мать!
Heck,
Превращается!
turning.
Конченого мудака!
In the heckin' retard. That was so funny. Clarence blew up in hysteric laughter. Okay, so we shouldn't put it on. Or maybe there can be another option if you do something different in the past. Masha was clutching his stomach. Roma smirked, shaking his head. How can we steal this? It must be possible, but how? And Simeon, who was laughing the most out of the tree, spat on his knuckles and waved his fist like a club.
Ну и дебил же ты, Тошик!
You're such a moron, Tosha. A fist collided with my mask. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There was no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew toward the bushes and landed on my butt. How can we steal it? My vision, bolstered by adrenaline, a moment before returned to normal.
Вот это был номер!
Now that was something.
Думал, он на четвереньки встанет и сгрызет нас всех,
I thought he'll get on all four and tear us to bits,
как морковку.
like a carrot.
Ха! Не, ну вы видели,
You did see that,
видели?
did you?
Это считается, что он попрыгал.
Does this count as him hoping?
Это даже лучше.
This was even better. So what? The mask had one advantage. If I cried now, nobody would see my tears.
Ну и дурик.
What a loony.
Да тебе в психбольнице место.
You belong in loony house
Психбольница для животных, на!
for animals. To bet he didn't turn to very bunny and bite their noses off like carrots. Is it possible to do? Someone put his knee in a snow pile and ripped the glasses out of my nubbed fingers.
Отдай очки.
Give my glasses back.
Я домой не дойду.
Won't make it home.
Чё ж,
Well, shit.
знаешь, какой у зайцев нюх?
Haven't you heard the bunnies have good sense of smell?
По запаху доберешься, не ссы.
So don't worry, just use it.
Прыг-скок, прыг-скок.
Hippity hop, hippity hop. Nice. Simeon shoved that trophy into his pocket and flashed me to the green. So see, nobody cares about this.
Кролики очки не носят.
Besides, bunnies don't wear glasses.
А теперь вали отсюда, даун.
No scrum mattered. I stood up, still wobbling. Trees became a bluey dark wall. 3 bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. There were black spots on them, the eye sockets and mouths, but it looked to me like there was more of them than it should be. I turned to the forest. Simeon's boots came to my rescue, kicking me in the butt and quickening my shameful retreat.
Прыг-скок, прыг-скок.
Hibbity hop, hibbity hop. I threw the mask into a raven out of spite. We got the shit, man. And then zigzagged through the firebreak alone in giant snow-laden world. The trance around me bent in all directions, the treetop disappeared into darkness above me. The sky was pushing me down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dried by now. Only sadness and longing were left, a desire to bury myself under the snow or live for the Neverland, joining Bowie and Senya. Senya? Who's Senya? I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here. Somewhere very far away. And nothing happened at all.
Так, я не поняла. Антон, а где очки?
Hey,
Потерял?
what's this? Where are your glasses, Anton? Did you lose them?
Да, ну, мам,
See,
И как можно быть таким рассеянным? Ты думаешь, я деньги печатаю?
how can you be so careless? Do you think I owe money? Print and press?
Как же? Будешь до следующего года в старых очках ходить.
Yeah, right, you'll be wearing your old glasses until next year. Оля, rush it to me.
А я лису увидела!
And that was him. Imagine Alisa, liberated carnivores running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
Это ж была не настоящая.
Okay, nothing else. I was doing my homework on a Friday evening, like usual, okay, it's a new. I had already finished the hard part. It's only my art homework left, my favorite subject. Okay, we can draw and nothing else. Aquarels. Okay, draw. I need to draw some sort of magic beast. It's not magic beast. I want to draw a dinner at first, but my brush reached toward the orange paint all by itself. Fox? One stroke of another, a picture of a fox started slowly forming on a piece of paper. She was almost popping out of the snow, white sheath. She stood on her back legs and wore a sly smile. The brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail. A moment later, drew it out of my weak hand. After I finished my drawing, I spent a while studying it in surprise, as I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. The longer I looked, the scarier her smile felt. Carnivores, fake, like the smiles of women from adult magazines that were sold and press kiosks back in the city. all alluring smile that masked deep-seated malice. And the fox's eyes turned out red, as if bloodshot. They looked more like bullet holes you see in action movies. I don't remember drawing them this way. I moved away from the table and the lamp's light reflected from the wet paint. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me. Waiting.
Ты что, оглох?
What was this? What an idiot. Are you Dave?
Я задумался.
I was just thinking.
Тебя спрашиваю, ты сестру не видел?
Ask you again, have you seen your sister? She missing?
Опять она где-то прячется.
What the heck is going on? She's hiding somewhere again. Something moved under my bed and I froze. Ollie's dirty face peeked out with a finger pressed to her lips. Oh.
Оля, я тебя вижу.
Ollie, I can see you.
Вылезай, ты же в пыли вся.
Get out there, you've covered in dust. Ollie crawled from under bed and started dusting off her stockings, looking down.
Пойдем, Оль.
Let's go.
Я тебе сказку почитаю.
I'll read you a fairy tale.
Посижу с тобой, пока не уснешь.
Keep you company until you fall asleep.
Я с вами спать хочу, не в той комнате.
I want to sleep with you, not in that room.
Там...
Sabo. Oh. It's... Mom enters the room.
Что, опять сова?
Well, they're all again.
А кто ж еще?
And what do you think?
Оль, она не придет больше.
It won't come anymore.
Я ее прогнал.
I chased away. Olia shook her head in defiance.
Не прогнал.
You didn't.
Она придет.
It will come.
Она сказала, что будет каждую ночь
It
приходить.
says that it's come every night. I don't understand. Why should it be something terrible for you?
О, так она у тебя говорящая?
Our dogs now. Olia ignored the question and then asked with newfound determination.
Можно я с вами посплю?
Can I sleep with you?
Можно.
Please?
В самый последний раз.
This will be the last time.
А пусть у меня ложится.
Yeah, it's kinda obvious. Why don't let her sleep in my room? I thought it was a great idea, but Olia shook her head again.
Нет, у тебя не хочу. Она и на тебя смотрит.
No, don't want your room, it watches you too. It's watching only me. Felt goosebumps all over my body.
Хватит!
Enough.
Нет никакой совы.
There's no owl.
Ты сегодня спишь у себя, ясно?
You sleep in your own room tonight, got it? Why can't you believe? The Steven parents.
Ну, пожалуйста, мам!
Mom, please.
Пожалуйста!
Mom took Olia's hand and tried to lead her out of my room.
Пойдем, милая. Не мешай брату.
Let's go, sweetie. Don't bother your brother. Olia clutched the bed head with her free hand.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пожалуйста! Не хочу к ней!
I don't want to go to it. I was struggling Olia toward herself, but she didn't budge. Only the bed's head squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by picking Olia up and carrying her out of the room, despite her desperate protests and pleas.
Не надо!
No,
Не надо к ней!
don't take me to it.
Она опять смотреть будет!
It's going to watch me again. So what's the problem with this? I don't understand. I've listened to them struggling to make my little sister go to bed for a while.
Не надо!
In the end, my parents gave up and let Olia sleep with them.
Папа, в последний раз, в последний
It was surely the last time
раз, честно-честно!
ever.
Не хочу!
When everybody settled down, I was lying in my room thinking about Olga's words. It's watching you too. I felt uncomfortable, but I only managed to calm down only after closing the curtains in my room shut. But as soon as I closed my eyes, memories of my dames started jumping around in front of me. Okay, this is skippable, isn't it? That's it. Huh? Did you hear how Baburin beat him up?
А это этот лишь ручки опустил.
And all he
Да
could do
глазенки
was look
потупил.
all pathetic and take it.
Прекрати! Ты знаешь, он не один был!
Stop it, you know he wasn't alone.
И будто этого мало.
There are rumors that this Murdoch carries a bunny mask with him wherever he goes.
Ой, девочки, ну кто же в своем уме будет такое делать?
Who in their right mind would do something like that, huh, girls?
Ясно, понятно. Со странностями наш Антошка.
I see, our Antoshka must be truly special.
Может, слабоумный? А может,
Maybe he's an autist, but what if
и маньяк?
he's a serial killer?
Если в его портфеле хорошо покопаться, там и топор отыскать можно.
And she'll be able to
А
find an
может,
X,
что и похуже.
his backpack, if you look hard enough, or something even worse.
Да-да-да.
Yes. How can I be at all about what? About what? About the all, not about Alisa.
Неужели действительно тебе не здоровится?
Yes, loser can't even stand up for himself.
А при случае из-за тебя не
He
заступится.
won't be able to defend you if it comes down to it.
Бросит, думая, как бы только самому по шее не схлопотать.
He'll run away to protect his own skin.
Слабак.
Weakling. Why don't why? Why? No? Come on, we saw all of this.
За что?
Why did you do this to me? It was so loud. John was clutching them in his fist while I was getting beaten up. What? Had his word, I have the hands, the glasses. Oh yeah, you got the glasses anyway, no matter what. And in just a couple of hours, we were in this. They look at me with a mortifying mix of pity, ridicule, and derision. What are those words? Like a scientist look at an ugly representative of a newfound species of worms. I stare at the desk and we can skip it, and here can only sit down. Right, there's nothing else to do. What about this two now? Lincoln turned around and stared at me in silence. Their looks were dripped with a malice. But why? What did I do to them? The friend went missing and they all still focused on me. Suddenly I noticed Biasha drilling a hole in my nose with his eyes. Felt like he was about to point his finger at me and shout at the top of his lungs. Everyone look. Baburin snatched his glasses yesterday and now he has them back, totally the same. I may be going mad, but I think Biasha knows something. He knows something, but he won't tell me what. Bet said they weren't afraid of me like everybody else.
Да прикуси ты!
But why was Simeon the only one get... He's just deserts for bullying me? Weren't all of them supposed to disappear? Romka, Biasha, Katya, along with every laughing onlooker? I don't know. I didn't went to his seat without looking at me. I only knew him for a week.
Все знают. Петров.
He had a fight some time ago.
Он меня ударил.
He hit me. A voice came from the side.
Хана тебе.
You hacked.
Так, Пятифанов, а ну рот закрой.
Hey, Petifanov, shut your mouth. I struggled, barely able to keep my balance. Surprisingly, Lena Paula came to my rescue.
Бабурин проблемный подросток. С шилом кое-где.
Okay, we
Объявлять
open it.
комендантский час, причин пока
We
нет.
can skip or just listen to him. Let's listen.
Слишком мало времени прошло с момента исчезновения вашего одноклассника. Мы все уверены, что он найдется живым и
We
здоровым.
believe we'll find him alive.
Но сразу после уроков
Yeah. Totally
вы
the same.
должны идти домой и отчитываться перед родителями.
After school, go to your parents'
Гулять во
home,
дворах, чтобы вас видели.
play when everyone can
И
see
не в
you.
одиночку, а по двое.
Not
Или
alone,
компанией.
but two or even a crowd.
И ни в коем случае
And
не
never-
ходите за гаражи.
Never go behind the garage. Officer finished his lecture and started searching around with his eyes. Finally, he noticed a folder he left on my desk, put it silently under his arm, and went toward the blackboard without looking back.
И еще раз.
До свидания, лейтенант.
We can tell him, or stay silent, and this time we will tell him. I unclasped my palm from the tabletop. I needed to warn him, at the very least, for Ola's sake, to ensure his safety in the house near the squeaky pines. I raised my hand, heavy as a dumbbell.
Простите.
Excuse me. Almost 24 heads turned my way. My teacher, the officer, Paulina. Katya showed an elbow into her friend's side. Sleepy Biasha stretched out his neck. Romka frowned incrementally.
Я слушаю.
I'm listening. Did you go for a walk behind the garages? Don't even know what is behind the garages. Behind the garages is typical streets. For every single garage that I saw. And that's it? Is something strange behind the garages in Russia? It felt like I was being studied under a microscope.
Вчера утром по дороге в школу я видел незнакомого человека.
Yesterday, when I was walking to school in the morning, I saw an unfamiliar person. My classmates started whispering. Tikhonov frowned, a deep wrinkle adorning the space between his eyebrows.
Да откуда ему знать, чужак это или кто-то из местных?
There's no way he'd be able to tell if it was an outsider or a local.
Он же в поселке без году неделя.
He just moved to our village. What are you hiding? The other kid smirked. Katya flashed an evil smile.
Спокойствие.
Calm down.
Антон, а сможешь детальнее описать?
Can you describe them in more detail, Anton? Why are you asking it in front of everyone's very stage? Then it dawned on me. I can do more than describe them. What I can do?
Я нарисовать могу.
I can draw them.
Я рисую немного.
I know how to draw it, kind of. After spitting out this confession, I expected everybody to laugh, but that didn't happen. Even Katya stayed silent. Polina tilted her head and studied me with an intrigued look on her face. I was pleased by this wave of attention. It made me feel bolder, so I asked,
Нарисовать?
"Do you want me to?" Tikhonov slowly nodded.
Лиль Павловна, мы тут проведем следственный эксперимент. А?
Pauna, we'll conduct a bit of an experiment here, alright?
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста.
Of course. I took out the pen, fluttering out a sheet of paper. My classmates stared at me in anticipation. Polina smiled, and it was the best reward I could get for my boldness.
Ну что, Ван Гог, рисуй.
Well, go on, but go. Draw. What? How can I select? I don't want to draw a fox, but we can. Well, let's draw a fox. It will be stupid if I draw this. No, seriously. Okay, what will happen if I draw a fox? Let's see.
Вот, пожалуйста.
Yeah. Van Gogh. Van Gogh now. And I went drawing to the officer.
Это что, лиса? Смешно, юморист.
What is this? A fox? Very funny. Comedian.
Прикажешь ее по лесу с собаками ловить?
Should we send a pack of hunting dogs on its trail? Felt like the windows started shaking from everybody's laughter. Even Lila Pavlovna couldn't help it.
Все не так.
That's not it. Hey, Petrov.
А Чебурашка тебе не попадался?
Maybe you also met with Cheburashka. Let's check the Cheburashka. A cult character created by Eldar Uspensky is one of the main characters in the book Gena the Crocodile and His Friends. He was later featured in a series of cartoons, some of which were produced in Japan.
Вот умора!
Hilarious! Simply hilarious! I was burning at a stake of shape. Okay, still don't understand how can we get the ring. Maybe there's some combination of choices?
Все ясно. Что тут еще скажешь?
Case closed, I guess. Signal calmed my drawing in his fist.
Ну, занимайтесь.
Well, I'll be going. He left. The bell rang.
Придурочный.
Nut job. Is she showing a middle finger? I didn't move, just kept staring into space. Paulina passed by without looking my way. Polina left after her. Okay. I squeezed through the barricade made of desk looking for Polina. But I summoned my new bodies instead. Romka swaggered up to me.
Решил сдать нас ментам?
Decided to rat us out of the cops?
Но я ничего не сказал.
But I didn't say anything.
Да то подумал на.
But sure as heck thought about it. Romka towards over me, pressing out a faint smell of tobacco.
Ты сильно ошибаешься, думая, что без Сёмы у тебя настанут веселые деньки.
You're very wrong if you think that without Sёма you'll have a better time here.
Можешь не притворяться дурачком, пытаясь удивить Полину своей мазнёй или корчить из себя психа.
Tikhonov, the name of the actor who played Shtirlitz? Oh yeah. It was like in this anecdote, when actually Shtirlitz woke up and was thinking, if I'm German, I'm Shtirlitz, if I'm in Russia, I'm Ivanov. After this, some commandants came in and said, oh, you was drunk so hard the day before, товарищ Tikhonov. You can stop your word act trying to impress Polina with your doodles or by acting like a loner.
Мы тебя сосвету
It'll
живем,
make the
понял?
space hell for you, got it? And hello there, Knuckles. And by the way, the next time when I'll be playing Sonic, I believe, next week. That's it.
До скорого, очкарик.
See you, Four Eyes. My head tilted forward from his slap.
Вот да лохна!
What a loser. Kick me? I wasn't surprised to find a note stuck to my back during the break. It said, kick me. My nightmare clearly wasn't about to end. So how to get the ring in this case? Can we find it somewhere? Oh yeah, I forgot to check what were his eyes. Front hand grey eyes, so he can't be a bear. It's impossible. He's not related to these animals at all. None of them. Except Polina, maybe. Well, since Semyon photos, were still 2 black spots on the notice board. Rewinding, they made me with a new portion of pokes and insults. Contempt, mockery, and loneliness became my faithful companions. Even so suspected it could be another trap set by Romka. Finally we can check what was this note. Another trap set by Romka and Bersha at first. This passing thought soon left my mind. The two of them didn't have enough combined brain power to fake Polina's nose so carefully. So it was Polina all the time? Why she's still trying to get a meeting with us? It's kinda strange. She totally ignores us twice. Yeah, it's here. It's definitely here. Did something change here? Nonsense to... That was my sister's name, so carefully wrote it into the squares. So instead of you, He typed the sister's name. Alright. Oля. Oля repeated my sister's name while sneaking out of the school. There was a cute, freshly drawn dragon in my notebook that I made to please my beloved sister. That will be smashed right now, isn't it? In this land of darkness, and this said, her support was the only thing that inspired me to keep drawing and stopped me from losing hope in humanity. Refreshing frosty air made my cheeks turn bit red. It was bright outside, and the sun looked like a whole egg yolk. The road looked as if it was seared. The snow sparkled under the sunlight. I smiled, swindled from the blindness whiteness. To guess if I don't have any true friends anymore. I have something more important, someone who needs my help, who will never betray or hurt me. Family is the most important thing ever. That's what Dad always told me. He lied to you. Can't you see it?
Лыс, хорош лыбу тянуть.
Hey, what's up with this stupid grin? My numb lips immediately shrunk. Biasha was shuffling his feet in the middle of the yard, his boots restless on the ice.
Я не тяну.
It's not a grin. I tried to go around him to no avail. Lady of Fortune waved me goodbye, disappearing in the early twilight.
Торопишься на?
In a hurry?
Немного. Меня папа ждет.
A little bit Dad is waiting for me.
Я ему тиркну на пейджер, что ты не придешь на.
I shoot him a pager message that you're not coming now. You need explanation for a pager? You're kidding me. Wireless communication device that receives and displays alphanumeric or voice messages. To send a message to another person's pager, you had to call a special line, provide the recipient's number or name, and read your message aloud. It's kind of wasted. My eye flinched unwillingly, my skin numbed.
Идем на, к тебе дельце есть.
Let's go. We have a small business to discuss. Felt chills run all over my body. I didn't like the sounds of that small business. Those words, accompanied by spitting, normally hid very dark deeds underneath them. Strangers that used to call our old apartment used to say, "Get you old man, we have a small business to discuss." Biasha turned around. He looked like an astronaut in this tight hood. If I were to imagine him as a sound, it would be definitely a whistle. Okay, so we heard about this. So what will be the difference? But damn it, there was nobody at the backyard. Okay, what it will be now? A knife? Apart from the green-faced Romka. He stood there, his feet wide apart, with his right hand hidden behind his back. For me, it's like in his pocket, but behind his back? Ah, okay, behind his back. Romka's dry lips were tightly pursed. He kept shooting glances at me as he looked around.
Привел на.
There he is.
Вижу.
I can see that.
Ну, здорово, Антоша.
Well, hello there, Antosha.
Что тебе нужно?
What do you want? Yeah, now it's a knife, as I said. Slowly took out that thin, conversely shiny blade from behind his back. A knife, the steel butterfly of death that flies towards the victim's heartbeat. I stepped back instinctively and rammed my back into Biasha. Romka's minion pushed me back.
А мы с Бешей хотели узнать,
We wanted to know,
ты не держишь на нас обиду?
do you have any hard feelings for me and Biasha? Romka started picking on his yellow nail, looking at me with an evil smirk on his face.
Ну, там, в лесу. Мы были немного грубы с тобой.
Well, there in the forest, we kinda rocked you up.
Сам понимаешь, такое у нас воспитание.
Just so poor upbringing, you know?
Да, до вас городских далеко.
Yeah, not as cultured as you, city folks.
Вот порой нас и заносит.
You're just a racist, so we get wasted sometimes. I nodded, my eyes glued to the knife. The blade glowed under the setting sun, and Ronka's eyes had the same evil glow. What is this? He stepped toward me. His knife traveled inches away from my coat. One movement and still would cut into the clothes, and he pushes deeper.
Нам одна птичка напела. Ты опять возле Полины отирался?
A little bird told us that you were snooping about Paulina again. I was so scared that it took me a while to remember who Paulina was. My brain was malfunctioning. My knees were shaking. Got him? Suddenly, our class rep slowly walked up to Ромка from behind.
О, смотрю, мальчики, вы нашли общий язык.
I see you boys are getting along quite well.
За мной должок, Катька.
I owe you one, Katya.
Ой, не благодари, Ромочка. Я всегда на страже настоящей любви.
Oh, no need to thank me, Romочka. I am always fighting for true love. Wonderful.
Да-да-да.
Yes, yes, yes. Kill you, I swear, but wait a second. Who said this? It was a sort of... Dawn, obviously.
Так, я не слышу. Ты к Полине подходил или нет?
Hey you, were you near Paulina or not?
Мы так болтали.
Well, we didn't hang out or anything.
Болтать будешь кишками, когда я тебе брюхо вскрою.
The only things hanging out here will be your guts when I cut open your stomach. The blade slid across my sleeve, its dull side and reached my collar. The wind made my face cold, but a bed of sweat still shook it from my temple. A switch flipped in my head. It all made sense now. I remembered Romka constantly sneaking glances at Paulina. I remember his scrawly handwriting in the questionnaire. Why didn't I study it more in depth?
Еще раз замечу рядом с Полинкой, пеняй на себя.
See you
Шишкой
never
не
even
отделаешься.
once? You won't get away with a simple bump.
Усек?
Got it?
Да,
Yes.
Пшел вон!
No scrum. I was probably so hypnotized by the knives that Romka had to repeat his threat.
Вон!
Scrum! I thought about the cold, sharp blades when retreating from the yard. I was asking myself whether I had enough courage to break the promise I made to these bastards. And that's about it. Romka's threat was also my mind.
В общем,
Да,
я сегодня
ага,
книжку читала,
да.
там ребята...
Why is it not skipping all the... Wait a second, it's a dark play and I cannot save right now. Okay, now can save. Here we definitely must get this achievement, let me save. Here, by the way, it was here as well, but okay. Nothing good?
школа новая, а достается мне по-прежнему.
The school is new, but my treatment is the same.
Словно и не переезжали никуда.
As we never moved.
Задолбало.
I'm so tired of this. Before... Oh, it's a new CD, by the way. CG. Finally, I figured out what a CG is for visual novels. It's computer graphic. He's a hero. Computer graphic on it. Before despair could lead me down its depressing road towards the clutches of oppressive thoughts, something evil reset deep inside my skull. Awakened blood and listened memories.
Хотя, знаешь, кое-что хорошее все же случилось.
Actually, something good did happen. When I watched it with hope-filled eyes as a wicked smile spread on my face, faintly resembling the one from a box cutter knife.
Еще один мальчик пропал.
Another boy went missing.
Тоша, разве это хорошо? Почему ты так говоришь?
Tosha, do you think that's good? Why do you say that? My sister's voice trembled when she looked into my eyes through the thick lenses.
Знаешь, а может, тот пропавший Вова сам виноват, что с ним это случилось?
You know, maybe that other missing boy Wova, maybe what happened to him was also all his fault.
Может, он совершил нечто настолько плохое, что не заслуживал жить.
Maybe he did something so bad that he no longer deserved to live.
Не будь таким жестоким, пожалуйста!
So we are not going to play due to this? Don't be so cruel, please. Only pressed her knees into her chin and hugged them with your hands, trying to take up less space. As if she wanted to shrink or even disappear altogether. It was the only reasonable things for us to do, go missing among all the other broken toys. And now encounter evil parents or mad classmates. We are the only ones who left to each other, the only ones who can protect, listen, and sympathize. Which means she's bound to listen to what I think about them all with peace, pretending to be children that are so eager to build the lake. It was my turn to speak. It's the computer games that makes it so wild.
Думаю, они не последние.
I think they won't be the last. It's just coincidence that this peak was missing. My bracing quickens, my finger starts banging on the wooden floor.
Такие люди, как они, недостойны жить, ходить с нами в одну школу.
People like them are not worthy of living, going to the same school with us,
Смотреть на твой свет.
or looking at your light. My thoughts got tangled. They slipped away along with my calmness.
Тошенька, хватит! Ты меня пугаешь!
Don't you stop, you scare me.
Не бойся, я смогу тебя защитить.
Don't be scared, I can protect you. I finally noticed that Olia was looking at me like I was a stranger.
Кто ты?
Who are you? The rage that welled up inside me subsided. It hid under the guise of my cowardliness, leaving me alone with a growing feeling of guilt for scaring my sister.
Оленька, прости, я не хотел.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Видимо, я схожу с ума в этой школе.
I guess I'm just going crazy in that school. She rushed and to embrace me, barely holding back her tears.
Все хорошо, Тоша. Только, пожалуйста, пожалуйста, никогда так больше не говори.
It's okay, Tosha, just please never say anything like this again.
Клянусь маминым сердцем.
I saw mom's heart. Well, flashed me a bitter smile.
А сам сказал, что так говорить нехорошо.
And he told me I shouldn't say that.
Ты права. Давай лучше играть.
Okay, finally we can get all the dogs.
Только чур я первая.
Get them all. I missed only one of them. Now I missed a lot, I believe. Let's see. Well, the beginning is easy. What? How did I miss? I don't quite understand.
Считай, это я тебе поддалась.
No, loaded.
Ты права.
Why is the
Давай
first
лучше
time
играть.
the first time is always easier? The first time, and next you can keep failing. Lunar ball? In the list. I saw it. Come on! Stop! I don't understand. It was so easy before.
Ты права. Давай лучше играть.
Oh gosh.
Только чур я первая.
Can you skip here playing? No. Not possible. I even caught some bug here. Oh gosh. Shouldn't do this.
Ты права. Давай лучше играть.
Oh, the hard one is the last round. And the last one. Final round. Oh gosh. It flied away! I waited too long! Can't believe this! The original game you could control, yeah, I know this.
Ты права. Давай лучше играть.
You must be fast, but I was waiting for the best moments. Stupid game. It's like I'm playing Overwatch again. Making headshots. Oh gosh, why did... It's actually depending on luck.
Давай лучше играть.
Только чур я...
It's this. Don't play for too long. Ruin the screen. Not my screen, this to you. Don't switch the direction. Stupid bird.
Считай, это я тебе поддалась.
Stupid bird. This stupid tree and bushes. It's definitely random. The stupid final run.
Это ты виноват, что я промазала.
Final round. Gosh, I hate it. Last time just lost the last one. The last one. Don't run away! Should run away. Gosh. What a stupid game, and I have no time to play it.
Ты права.
I can do
Давай
it
лучше
offline, of
играть.
course, but
Только чур я первая.
well, it's not late enough. I can do it next time when we'll get the 5th episode, because today's Sunday. Gosh. What was this? Load this stupid game. Load it. God, please.
Ты права. Да...
Только чур...
There must be some hint to win. Can you control this? I can turn it off on me. Not going to.
Считай, это я тебе поддала.
Не-не-не, no. Ну окей. What the heck? Can't believe this. Why I'm constantly...
Ты права. Давай лучше...
Shit. Duck Hunt. Nobody will believe. Can play it on NES. I already played games on PlayStation 1 with light gun, by the way. On stream. 2 years ago. Just die! Why? You saw it! Why was not able to hit it? I was clicking on it. What is the hit scan?
Ты права. Давай.
No. This achievement to kill them all.
Я тебе поддалась.
So no. And I was able to kill them all except the very, very, very last one. Can't believe that I failed. On the first try. He must hit it in the head, looks like. Why?
Ты права. Давай.
So back is not working, only head or neck. Kill is aim for neck. Neck is working, but I don't know what is a hitbox.
Считай, это я тебе...
Yeah, only heads. Looks like. The last round again.
Это ты виноват, что я промазал.
Wait a second, I can save! I can save! Stupid me, you can save actually after the round. Oh gosh, if I knew this about this before. Stupid me. Let's keep replaying these 2 levels. No hits at all? What the heck? Why should I load it twice?
Это...
Yeah, final round. Okay, let's train the final round. Well, that game was DuckTales 1 and 2, and the shit usually came with a star cartridge. Why, it's a good arcade game. No? 4 left. I hit him in the... But I click on it! On its neck! What the heck? It's unfair. Can't believe this. Should I hit it in front of it? No. Okay, here I made a mistake myself. It was kinda obvious.
Это
What the heck? Okay. It's better, of course, to drain it several times. Despite its immediate reset. I was thinking you'll fly here. Why is this working? Something wrong since the very beginning. If I wait too long, they will simply fly away. Two left. What the heck again, the last one? Cut away. Gosh.
это ты виноват.
It's last one. Wonderful. Beginning and end are very hard for some reason.
Это ты виноват.
Yes, I'm doing this. Stupid bird. Is there any achievement to lose? Don't fly away, stupid sin! That's why I'm not playing any NES games. Boss was clicking on you. So this game, if you play it with mouse, a very good trainer for any shooters, first-person shooters. Whoa, what is it doing? Bullshit. Dog, because there's no achievement for dog. At least I don't know, and I don't want to waste my bullets on him. There's no bullets, actually, yeah. I guess only two. I put the cheat here. Should be fast. Again, I lost only the last one.
Это ты виноват.
Just 8 of them. 4 waves. It's time to sleep for me. Not playing this. What was this? Why it's constantly should click load twice? Finally we'll do this, but it'll take 1 hour. Come on. What did you miss? You did it! You did it! You did it!
Неситова! Ты ближе к экрану стоял! Я с тобой так больше не играю!
So can't you close to the screen? I'm not playing with you anymore. I hope you don't need to do this twice for some best ending in this game. Been thinking I need to tell you something. I froze. It can't be. Does she like me?
Последнее время у тебя такой потерянный вид,
You've been looking so lost lately.
а сегодня в школе на тебе буквально лица не было.
And when I saw you at school today, you were pale like a ghost. Couldn't find words. My heart was overloaded in anticipation.
Я хочу сказать,
I want to say
я на твоей стороне.
that I'm on your side. A smile was spreading on my face in anticipation for Paulina's next words.
И мне тебя очень жаль.
And I feel sorry for you.
Такие хорошие ребята, как ты, заслуживают большего.
Good guys like you deserve better.
Мне очень хочется верить, что однажды ты найдешь в себе силы дать отпор, и другие перестанут тебя задирать.
I want to believe that you'll find the strength to fight back at some point, and the other will stop picking on you. The pen fell out of my weak fingers. Is that all she's going to say?
Может, даже девушку найдешь.
Maybe you'll even find a girlfriend? She sounded as she was unsure of her own words.
Короче, знай, ты славный парень.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that you're a nice guy. It was a total failure. Compassion instead of an invitation to hang out.
Ты тут?
You there? If I could reply, only descending the stairs. She was holding some book in a pink cover, Encyclopedia of Young Lady.
Ты долго еще?
Will you take long? I covered the handset with my hand.
Я разговариваю.
I'm in the middle of conversation.
Что случилось?
What happened?
Почитай мне, пожалуйста.
Read me a bedtime story, please.
Мама уснула.
Mom fell asleep.
Иди к себе, я сейчас.
Go to your room. I'll be there in a minute.
Только быстрее, ладно?
Just be quick, okay?
Ладно.
Fine. My last reply sounded excessively annoyed. I sighed, watching my sisters running out their stairs.
Алло, Полина?
Hello, Paulina?
Прости, мне надо бежать.
Sorry, I need to run.
Представляешь, кое-кто втюрился в меня и теперь отирается у моих окон, требуя сходить с ним на свидание.
Can you imagine there's someone in love with me, and he snoops about under my windows, demanding to go on a date with him?
Пойду прогоню его, пока дедушка не проснулся.
I'll go chase him away before Grandpa wakes up.
Или, может, дать ему шанс?
Or maybe I should give him a chance? I bit my lower lip in jealousy.
Если интересно, расскажу тебе завтра.
I'll tell you tomorrow if you want.
Мы в конце концов друзья.
We're friends after all. Nice picture. Friends, at least. And what is this face here? Friends, at least she didn't say we were besties. What?
Да, конечно.
Yeah, sure.
Добрый.
Good. The buzzer hammered at my brain. Seriously, slut. An angry voice spoke through the teeth of my brain. In this case, she will definitely disappear in episode 4 or 5, and he'll decide not to save her. Another ending. Like a restless zombie, devoid of a consequences, I drag my feet up the staircase. I wish I could tell Dad ask for his manly advice, but he doesn't show up home until late at night because of his new job. My parents don't have time for me, to put it lightly.
Ну, где твоя книжка?
Well, where's your book? I started. The kids' room was empty.
Оль.
Оля? Оля. She probably snuck into my room. Started walking down the corridor. The room was infested with shadows. The blinds were wearing like there was someone hiding behind them. I smiled, sneaked toward the window, and threw open the curtain.
Попалась!
The what? Gotcha? There was nobody behind the clothes. But there's something here. Someone. Window was a TV screen showing winter scenery. Lamppost, the field, and a couple of walking figures in the middle of it. Alisa and Ola. Nice. I gasped and pressed my fist to my mouth, sinking my teeth into it. So they actually thinking that she is a bunny. This time. Lisa was leading Ola into the thicket. I needed less than a minute to hurriedly dress and rush out of the house. My heart was beating like a firing machine gun. So, doesn't mean that it... no, it doesn't mean anything. The wind carried the cold, resonant smell of coniferous trees from the forest, prison air cracked somewhere in the field. Two shadows loomed in front of the gate. I could only recognize them as my sister and the fox girl because of their height. I ran towards the fence, listening to the howling wind and the squeaking snow. One of the figures moved and slowly glided towards the thicket like an ice skater. I slowed down and touched my glasses, trying to when to adjust my vision to the surrounding darkness. Shall a scary story when a fox could carry your weight in the woods? Why should we be against this? Worry landed on my shoulders like a weightless snowflake. So this will be a wall? Maybe. A snake woke up in my belly and started writhing. I felt nauseous. I thought about my home, the flimsy fortress I'd left behind. Finally caught up to my sister, dressed only in a coat.
Оля!
Ты видел лисичку?
Have you seen the boxer?
Оля, зачем ты вышла на улицу?
Oля, why did you go outside?
Если мама узнает...
If mom finds out, she's a frozen place facing the tiger, so it will be a no. But where's his sister in this case? She was in the hand's reach, and I put my numb wrist on her shoulder for some reason, probably to make sure it wasn't a dream. Owl, pointedly big, was just directed at me, strong with feathers that frowned and always. It will be the same and different. Something very in bird mouth was staring at me.
Ого! Не узнает.
I thought she won't. Oh, you want to say that my sister was an owl all the time? The voice sounded exactly like Ola's, but there was somebody else hiding behind the feathers in the carton. I sprinted away as if I got whipped. The masked creature only pretended to be Ola. Scarecrow? Not Scarecrow at all for me. Just to lure me out. I was expecting it from the first time when I saw it. I was running like crazy, drowning in snow. The house in front of me was rapidly growing. The yellow light in its windows grounded me home. My mom and sister are there, my salvation, but why is sister here? Anyway, so it ruined. There's no other choice, it will totally repeat it.
Как детей не замечать, как мечты развенчать. Учат в школе, учат в школе, учат в школе. Крепко-накрепко.
Okay, also take the mask, the ending totally is the same. Hey, did someone put a spell on you? Wait a second, what Polina is doing here? Backlog. Spirit Alisa flowed my rhythm. I knew that she was smiling, so I smiled too. And the flute just kept on playing, carrying us higher and higher. So it's Polina now. That someone is standing next to me. I thought, trying to unglue my chin from the desk. Totally the same, but it's Polina. Sorry, I got lost in thought.
Слышал уже про Катю?
Have you heard about Katya?
А?
I still don't understand how we're supposed to grab this ring. I didn't see it.
Катя пропала.
Katya went missing.
Как пропала? Быть не может.
Why not Roman, but Katya? Still Katya, so it's not related to anything else except some serial killer.
Катя!
Alright, so which achievements are left? We still have no time, actually we have no time. But I don't understand how to get it. This ring. Oh gosh. Library. Bunny. Achievements. I got 74, so like 26% left. You went on date with Polina, it's obvious. Easy to do. You overestimated yourself. It's something about fight, magma, about Voltron. I do understand how to do this, my precious. You got Simeon's signet ring, but I don't know how to get it. You made your sister happy. You refused the amulet or accepted man. What about amulet? Okay, let's go on the date with Polina. So we must fight back and go on the dates, ignoring Alisa. Maybe we'll change something. Estimate yourself, I'm not sure about this. And Voltron, Team Voltron, but looks like we must start several times. Come on, skip it. And it's very loud here. Do we need this? No idea. Let's take it. Okay, phone number and meeting. Simple action drain the last bit of strange area. Should we set? Still search. Okay, let's set this time. Okay, take it. Can I draw this guy next time?
Я же говорю.
Fight back.
Табе!
And we're going on a date with you this time. Maybe the last time when I do something. Next time I'll check out the options, maybe. I don't know. Let's go with Polina this time. Should I invest another hour here? I don't know. Snow danced in the air outside the window, following the rhythm of the music that was flowing from around the corner. I jumped off the windowsill and started walking along the hallway, curiosity eating away at me. The half an hour I'd spent here, waiting crowds at snail's pace, I wanted to see Polina again. The music became louder. It streamed out of the half-open door at the far end of the corridor. My music taste was limited to Letov, Shevchuk, the timeless classics, and pop songs I saw on TV. Igor Letov, a singer and the frontman of the band Gражданская оборона, that played a mix of garage punk and psychedelic rock. Letov is posthumously considered the godfather and the patriarch of Russian punk rock, and of the most influential members of the punk movement in Russia. died peacefully in his sleep. Along with music, videos that would sometimes be put on tapes as teaser before a movie. But this violin melody captivated me. It felt like a master woodcutter working with delicate wood, a fragile crystal toy, a gust of warm wind. I pressed my cheek against the doorway. Paulina was hiding from me in the far end of the classroom, but the shadows that fell on the wall definitely belonged to a girl with a violin. The movements of her bow were so graceful that I felt like I was getting carried away on the waves of music. My heart broke the barrier of my ribcage and started hopping around. Faster and faster, it jumped on snow piles, gliding between the pines toward the faintest sound about the windfall.
Заскучал?
Got tired of waiting? I was so deep in thought that I didn't hear the approaching footsteps. After bassing music, Paulina felt even more magical.
Да нет, нет.
Not really.
Я о комиксе своем
I
думал.
was just thinking about my comic. For some unknown reason, I lied.
Ты комиксы рисуешь?
You draw comics?
Да, ну, то есть,
Well, I mean,
планирую рисовать.
I want to draw one?
Ага. И про что твой комикс?
And what will it be about? About the most charming and kind girl that plays a villain who somehow happened to be in this house of horror.
Про лису.
About a fox? Interesting.
Ой, точнее, про говорящих животных, что живут в лесу и помогают заблудившимся детям вернуться домой.
It's the true plot of this game. I mean about talking animals who help children who get lost to return home from the woods.
А потом они
And then they
пляшут в ночи.
dance in the night.
Ого! Как интересно.
Sounds interesting.
Сам придумал?
Did you come up with it yourself? I lowered my gaze.
Вдохновился, глядя в
I
окно.
got inspiration from looking out the window. Nightly walls. Ascending to the first floor. Upon the door in front of Paulina, that told me how essential it's to be a gentleman. Wait a second, maybe we miss, because we went on a date with Paulina. And that's why we'll lose the fight, so we'll save here just in case. Don't want to restart again. Just slot will do easy. Opened the door in front of Paulina, that told me how essential it's to be a gentleman.
Значит, творческая личность.
So you're an artist?
Я догадывалась, что ты не такой, как все.
I had a hunch you were different. Not like others, sounds offensive.
Особенный.
Special?
Шутишь? Я?
Are you joking? Me?
Я самый обыкновенный.
I'm absolutely average.
Это Семен обыкновенный.
Simeon is the average one.
В смысле, обычный
An
придурок.
average idiot.
А в тебе живет нечто доброе и пушистое.
And you carry something kind and fluffy inside. Something broke near my leg when we were crossing the schoolyard, interrupting Paulina.
Не бойся, это Жулька.
Don't worry, it's just Julka. I stood on one knee and rubbed the barking dog behind the arm. It was frankly wagging its tail like it was some sort of propeller. I looked around the yard trying to find Alisa. But the fox girl was nowhere to be found, neither in the yard, nor on the road.
Брось ее!
Leave it be.
Ты что, она же дикая!
It's tree, you know.
Клещей еще
It
подцепишь.
has pests.
Нет, у нее хозяйка
Well, it was
есть.
sticks. Now this one has an owner,
Вроде.
I think. Paulina looked at the playful dog with disgust, covering her mouth with a handkerchief.
А у тебя никакой еды не завалялось?
I can't believe this. Do you have any food in you?
Кажется, что-то осталось.
I think I have something left.
Покормим и пойдем, ладно?
Feed it and go, right? She took out a sandwich on her back, threw it to Junka. The little dog rushed to her blanket, slapped away the bread with her nose, and started eating the bologna.
Какая привереда.
What a picky eater.
Ешь все, давай.
Come on, eat everything. Paulina tackled my sleeve, egging me on.
Ты чего?
Hey, what's wrong? She replied with laughter. The villain girl had literally dragged me out of the school gates. Stifling laughs in their fist. I turn around. Julka followed us with sad eyes as we were leaving. Dog looked especially lonely with the school as the backdrop. And then Polina just stopped laughing. She looked alongside me with a blank stare, completely silent.
Нечего паразитов плодить.
Don't spread pests. The remark turned out pretty harsh. Was it really the stray's fault she had to live in the street?
Они потом на людей кидаются.
Always attack people later. Okay, so she's not related to this fox at all. That's it.
Прошлой зимой такая стая чуть дедушку не загрызла.
Because this almost killed my grandpa last winter.
Какой кошмар.
It's horrible.
Его парализовало.
He's paralyzed now. Oh, I see why you hate dogs.
Он больше никогда не сможет ходить.
You'll never be able to walk again. Remember the scary pack of dogs that was chasing me just a while ago?
Мне очень жаль.
I'm sorry.
Ничего.
It's okay. Polina showed me another enchanting smile. Your eyes half closed.
Главное, что мы друг друга поняли.
What matters is that we understand each other now. I forgot all about Julka after she said that. Some third graders were throwing snowballs at each other and singing.
Раз, два, прилети сова.
3, 4, 5, they all will arrive. Oh. Oh no. An image of my sister, sitting around the window bored, looking for me in the twilight, flashed before my eyes. Promised myself that I will go home as soon as I escort Polina.
А что это за песенку малые поют?
What's a song the kids are singing?
Уже второй раз за день ее слышу.
It's the second time I heard it today. We were walking down the main street. Somewhere near, a tractor was rumbling, cleaning snow drifts. Melons flew across the ashen sky. A flock of black birds circled above us like scared crosses that run away from graves.
Про сову?
The old one,
Это считалочка местная.
just local nursery.
Мне ее в детстве дедушка напевал.
Grandpa used to sing it to me when I was little.
Он интересуется историей края.
Yeah, it's
Много знает про
totally
наш
related to Freddy. I said it on the first stream. It's very knowledgeable about local history and folklore.
И что там за считалочка такая?
And what does our rhythm sound like?
Слушай.
Listen. You'll be listening to it in full now? Started walking backwards, facing me and smiling.
Раз, два. Прилети сова.
1, 2, time to play with you.
3, 4, 5. Время поиграть.
3, 4, 5, they all will arrive.
6, да,
Never sleep.
6. Дыбом волчья шерсть.
6 on end, the wolf's grey fur will stand.
7, 8. Бьем копытом озимь.
7, 8, stomp your hooves and wait.
Для медведя, для лисы.
Зайчик, хлеба принеси. For the fox and for the bear.
Зайчик кушать принеси.
Cautious. Bunny, tasty meals prepare. Thought that I already met a fox this morning. Stay up late. Grab your crucifix. Well, that was it. Thankfully, I hadn't met any wolves or bears. As I was looking at the girl by my side, I became strangely brave, so I said something unexpected.
У тебя красивый голос.
Your beautiful voice. I don't know, Alisa's voice is much better, but it's definitely the same person who's with over them all. Night 10, never sleep again. Never sleep again. Like it's possible. Polina adjusted her hair, slightly embarrassed.
Спасибо.
Thanks.
И что же, это конец считалочки?
And is it the end of the reel?
Принес им заяц покушать или нет?
Did the bunny prepare those meals?
Поди узнай.
Who knows?
Спросить не у кого. Считалочка очень старая.
Nobody will be able to tell you now. It's really old.
Древняя даже.
Even say ancient.
С ней легенда одна связана.
About Peter Pan. There's a legend related to it, so...
Если тебе интересно.
Want me to tell you?
Конечно.
Of course.
Тут в тайге раньше племена жили разные.
All sorts of tribes had lived in the taiga back in the day.
Дедушка говорит, у них была такая инициация. Короче, такой ритуал, когда мальчику наступала пора становиться мужчиной.
God told me they had this initiation. Well, some sort of right when boy was ready to become a man. I listened closely. I mean, I was also really close to that age myself.
Юношу отводили в лес, и он должен был 3 ночи провести там охотясь.
They would lead him into the woods, but he needed to spend 3 days hunting.
По легенде, один такой юноша ушел в тайгу и пропал,
There's a legend about a young man who went into the taiga and never returned,
а вернулся, когда его перестали искать.
and then suddenly came back when they already stopped looking for him.
Нагрянул в деревню, исцарапанный, грязный,
He was covered in scratches,
замерзший.
dirty, and cold. Bunnies. Footsteps. I shouldn't sleep in among the pines and barrel layers.
Родные выбежали к нему, а он упал на землю.
His family rushed to help him, but he just fell unconsciousness.
Привели шамана.
They brought a shaman.
Тот осмотрел молодого охотника и помрачнел.
He looked at the young man and his face became green.
Сказал, плохи дела.
He told them that he was in bad shape.
До утра юноша бился в судорогах и повторял эту считалочку.
The young man convulsed until the morning, repeating their rhythm over and over.
Снова и снова.
Over and over.
Раз, два, прилети, сова. Будто ему в тайге нашептали.
One more time to play with you, as if Taiga itself was whispering it to him.
А к рассвету он умер.
And when the sun came out, he died.
Только вот шаман сказал, что он и так был мертв, что он мертвым из лесу пришел и мертвыми губами шептал считалочку.
But the shaman said that he was already dead when he returned. He came out of the woods as a living corpse and whispered that rhythm with his dead lips. Well, it's definitely adds some folklore to the story, some lore, but not the plot. Frozen Throne.
Это точно не ужастик.
Are you sure it's not some horror movie?
Фольклор бывает пострашнее всякого кино, уж поверь.
Folklore can be way scarier than movies, believe me.
Дедушка говорит, что племя то собралось спешно и ушло на юг.
Grandpa said that this tribe just uprooted in a hurry and left to the south.
Они были смелыми.
They must be been brave? Brave? Running away is brave?
Если жили здесь.
If they lived here. They left immediately when something terrible happened. How can they be brave? Paulina kicked one of the snow piles with your small boot.
Смелыми и глупыми.
Brave but stupid.
Неужели надо мертвецу явиться из лесу, чтобы до людей дошло?
Did they need a corpse to appear from the forest for them to understand?
Дошло что?
Understand what? Yeah, good question.
Что нужно уезжать отсюда.
That they needed to get out of here.
Есть целый мир.
It's a big world. Wait a second. People in cities saying the same. There's a big world. You must go to the village. The village says there's a big world. You must go to the city. Are you kidding me? The whole world is the same. Oh, you just want to travel. Okay.
А есть наш поселок.
And there's our village.
Мир.
The world. You cannot live in every single place, and you cannot keep traveling non-stop because you need money for this nowadays. Spread your arms wide.
Поселок.
The village. Show the distance that was almost invisible with your 2 fingers.
Я часто представляю большие города.
Often mention big cities. Big cities do not exist, it's your imagination.
Могу часами рассматривать глобус.
Can look at the globe for hours. The whole globe is just water, 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 and inhabitant places. What are you talking about?
Или журналы «Вокруг света» из библиотеки.
What around the world magazines from the library.
Какие же там прекрасные названия. Только послушай.
Has such pretty names, just listen. I tell it's whole way of life, I don't like it. And people who didn't travel just don't know that it's terrible sin.
Рейкьявик. Тель-Авив.
Are you kidding me?
Это же чистейшая музыка, а не слова.
Music to my ears. Starlight circle, your eyes shut gently. Force towards before us, touching the low clouds. The road fell as a semi-dark between the trees.
Я бы могла покорить сцену.
Could conquer the stage, I doubt this.
Выступать перед тысячами зрителей.
For in front of thousands is very small amount.
А я сцены ужасно боюсь.
Have stage fright? What?
Так ты другим возьмешь. Живописью.
But you'll get famous another way, by drawing.
У нас-то есть будущее. А что ждет того же Семена?
We both have a future, but what about, say, Simeon? You know that famous drawer, famous singers, well-known players. Just one on a million other drawers and performers, right? So chances that you win in this life is low, but Simeon will definitely win. They like 95% fortune for him.
Ну, станет он еще толще.
He may just get fatter
Ну,
and
Будет пирожками торговать.
he'll be selling пирожки.
ага. С собачатиной.
Yeah, made from dogs. We burst out laughing, exorcising worry from our minds with light-hearted fun.
Если ему, конечно, доверят пирожки.
Where is she living? Out of the village? She's in the forest now, and there's only one house. This boy, Antons. If somebody will ever trust him with selling them,
Наверное, ты права.
oh, you're right.
Он их в один присест слопает.
Can probably eat a whole lot of them in one go.
Я так и думала, что вдвоем в лесу не страшно.
Like I thought, the forest is less scary when you are not alone. It's not scary for me when I am alone. As well, I look around. The all was sparkling, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. My pulse fastened from the thought that we were alone.
Да, ты была права.
Yes, you were right. It's time to sleep for me. Come on, faster. Should I click something here? Paulina rushed through the firework.
Не отставай!
Don't fall behind.
Никогда в жизни.
No fall behind.
Ты знаешь, ты так изъясняешься,
You know the way you speak?
как персонаж из приключенческой книги.
Just like a hero from adventure books? Was she complimenting or mocking me? I didn't want to look for the hidden meaning, not when we are on such a wonderful walk.
Ну да, я люблю книги.
You like books?
Ого, читающий мужчина.
Oh, well-read man.
Звучит интригующе.
Intriguing. A man? Oh, really? I got umbrellas and my cheeks turned beet red, but I still thanked fate for being able to wander around the forest with Paulina like this. She suddenly stopped and stared silently into the darkening thicket, as if waiting for something. I felt uneasy all of a sudden, and then she asked me a cold voice.
Ты был там?
Have you been there?
Где? В чаще?
We're deep in the woods? Paulina burst out laughing again, shattering my anxious thoughts.
Да нет,
No, silly.
в большом мире.
In the big world. You in the world right now. What
В
are you talking
городах
about?
с музыкальными названиями.
Silly musical names.
А разве Москва музыкальное название?
Does Moscow sound musical to you?
Больше похоже на кваканье
To
лягушки.
me it sounds like the croaking of a frog. To me it sounds like the croaking of a frog.
Ты
You've been
был в Москве?
to Moscow?
Ну да,
Obviously, yes.
в детстве.
When I was little. Alina's eyes started sparkling.
И какая она?
What's it like?
Ну, красивая,
Well, it's beautiful,
шумная,
noisy?
неоновая.
Neon lights everywhere? Neon lights everywhere? What? I don't remember this.
Неоновая.
Neon lights? Maybe in 90s there were neon lights? Maybe. I wasn't here in 90s. Only in 10s. It felt like she was sovereign those words.
А на Красной площади был?
Have you been to the Red Square?
Конечно,
Of course.
она такая выпуклая.
So bumpy.
И в ЦУМе был, и на ВДНХ.
Being soon within her to, well, malls. Exhibition Achievements of National Economy is the second biggest exhibition complex in Moscow. It's present in the top 50 biggest European exhibition centers list. 49 architectural pieces on the complex territory are considered cultural heritage monuments. Soon one of the biggest department stores in Europe, situated in downtown Moscow. It was founded in 1885 as a more and mirrorless corporation. After the Soviet Revolution, the store was nationalized and given its contemporary name in 1933.
Мне больше всего метро понравилось.
Collapse the metro the most? What?
Там
Everyone hated
так
it.
пахнет.
It smelled like... It's kerosene or what is this? I forgot. The smell.
Как?
Like what? She ran up to me, grabbed me by the sleeve, and stared in my eyes. Miss Clara listened. So you like the smell of meat raw, but you don't like the smell of fish. Very strange boy.
Не могу описать.
It was his sister, but anyway, I can't describe it.
А нарисовать?
And can you draw it?
Что, запах?
A smell?
Великие музыканты могут сыграть запах.
Great musicians can play smells. Well, this definitely must be a railroad here, so the smell will be totally the same.
Не может быть.
You lying?
Я дам тебе кассеты.
I'll give you the cassettes later. She started thrilling in the falling snow again.
Я обязательно побываю в Москве.
I'll definitely go to Moscow.
А главное в Вене.
But first to Vienna.
Вена моя мечта.
It's my dream. Don't you remember Vienna, despite that it was here several times?
Это же столица музыки.
Capital of music. Music is hidden in the buildings. It's not the city.
Моцарт, Бетховен, Штраус.
Mozart, Beethoven, Strauss? So what about this?
Филармонический оркестр.
Harmonic orchestra.
Государственная опера.
Oh gosh, national opera.
Я буду выступать, а ты рисовать.
I'll be performing and you drawing. Nobody will want to listen to you. Your enthusiasm spread to me. I wanted to do something. Why this moment? It's because I don't like Polina, that's it. If it was saying for the same by Alisa, obviously it would be different attitude for me. Doesn't matter who says it. It doesn't matter what is said. Matter who said it. And where do you want to go? I said and confessed.
В Диснейленд.
To Disneyland. I remembered the finest hour show again. Only I preferred Call of the Jungle, but I always spent my monies in front of the studio. Colorful tables with numbers on signs and a charming Mr. Suponov in the wheel. And the prizes. Chocolate eggs, video equipment, and the most excited one, a trip to Disneyland, was the winner. My parents promised to take me there to the land of the mouse, and I believed them at first. Well, maybe they also believed it back then. Now they just reply with silence every time I ask about it, and it saddens me to no end. I have just 3 words on my mind in those moments. But you promised! Polina had seemingly read my mind.
Добраться туда проще, чем нам кажется.
Getting there is easier than we think.
Каждый лепит свою судьбу как хочет.
Everybody has the power to mold their fate. She picked up 2 handfuls of snow, and then, as if she forgot about everything, showed me a slight smile.
А давай снеговика лепить.
Want to make a snowman?
Давай.
You forgot about your sister, Steven. Sure. When I get back home, I'll make a snowman for Oля too. She'll be so happy. But for now, we were almost done with the first ball, rolling it shoulder to shoulder. Polina was laughing. Locks of her hair filling her lovely face. She was so cute when she blew them away.
Чего у тебя такой маленький шар, Антон?
Why is your ball so small, Anton?
Максимум голова снеговичка.
He'll only work as a head.
Больше надо.
Make it bigger.
Не ленись.
Don't be lazy. Couldn't remember the last time I had so much fun. Polina swept her now crimson lips.
Ты мечтал когда-нибудь очутиться на другой
Do you
планете?
ever wish to go to another planet? Yes. Something flashed in her eyes when she said that. I couldn't really put my fingers on what it was.
И даже в другой вселенной.
To another universe, even. Polina sang in what felt like relief.
Тогда ты понимаешь меня.
Then you should understand me. No palms glided across the ball of snow, straightening up any bumps it had. An almost ideal wine ball rose up in the middle of the clearing. Then another one popped up. We lifted it up from 2 sides and placed it on the one that served as a foundation. Finally, Polina helped us a third ball to get on top of the other 2.
Ставить голову на место – мой конек.
Getting the head to the right place is what I do best.
У тебя морковка случайно не
Do
завалялась?
you by any chance have a carrot?
Увы.
Alas. There was no fear, no worry at this clearing. I became more daring, ran towards the thickets to crack a couple of branches. I pulled at the intervening windfall, but Polina's voice suddenly awakened me from my delusion.
Антон, там кто-то есть.
Someone is standing there. I turned around, puzzled. Polina was looking at me, no, at something behind my back. She stared at it, her brows furrowed. Not a single trace was left of the cheerful atmosphere we had a moment ago. Is it Katya, maybe? Cannot ask.
Полин,
She slowly raised her hand and pointed in the darkness that was approaching the trees in the distance.
Впереди кто-то стоит.
Someone is standing there.
Темная сгорбленная фигура. Видишь?
Crooked silhouette, see?
И ручищами сосну гладит.
Rubbing the pine with their huge hands. In this case, it might be a wolf. But I can't see it. I cannot see it. I turned around, directing my eyes where she was pointing to. The area around the right raspberry bushes was empty.
там никого нет.
There's nothing there.
Оно спряталось.
It hid
За деревом.
behind the tree. Collar of my coat felt suffocating. I pulled on it instinctively. I felt spasm in my stomach. I smiled weakly and asked, hoping for a good answer.
Это что, шутка?
Is this a prank? Polina simply lost all her words. She just continued staring deep in the endless forest. Probably check. I thought so. I stepped toward the glossier black trunk, Polina's gaze pushing me in the back. I was trying to muster all my courage, but my inner voice was telling me to stop, to grunt a ball, to play dead, even anything but go there in the within darkness. The twilight was sucking me in, limiting my vision. The cleaning was a deep well, its walls prohibited the sunlight from reaching its bottom. I heard the air ring. Was it ringing in my ears? One step. 2 steps. I bite my lip to stop myself from screaming. But anything happened. There was nobody behind the pine. I sighed. And turned back to Polina.
Полина, здесь никого.
Polina, there's nobody.
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
You on game. Okay, I thought that he'll not be here. Saving one more time. From that darkness, behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Simeon with a bunch of his cronies.
Ой,
Polina let out a shriek when the bastards showed her away from me. They surrounded me like a cruel sprite. Okay, skip. Destroyed this instead of dog. One hairy leg blasted through the snowman's belly. The balls we rolled comet became a mushy mess with just a single broken branch poking out. Polina gasped angrily. I also felt the touch of scalding hatred. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. Okay, skipping this. Polina, don't be scared. I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough and scary.
Полинка-то чё бояться?
Why would she be scared?
Лучше за себя беспокойся.
Worry about yourself. The father spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against the tree.
Ну как?
Well,
Страшно, мудила.
pissed your pants, sucker? I heard Polina's angry voice from behind.
не трогайте его!
Stay away from him. It would be better if Polina wasn't around. I wish she wouldn't see me in such a shameful position.
Глядите-ка, пацаны!
Look at this, guys.
Девчонка за него заступается!
A girl's defending him. How can we get this in?
Ага, циклона.
Yeah, what the heckin' wimp.
Ты, сука, приезжая.
Okay, let's save one more time. Seriously, I don't know how to grab it. You must Google it, maybe. Inside the game's hidden here. They probably wanted to humiliate me in front of the girl first. Damn it.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович,
Hey, fucking Jiro. And who's that? Another of your girlfriends? Who? Hello, Drift Pride.
Да у тебя тут гарем, на!
Has a hacking harem. Oh, you mean this dog? Probably I run all the way from the schoolyard, searching for our smell. How's the game? I already finished it once and it was really great. The rules that I chose, it was awesome. Well, the problem is, this game is not fully released. Only 3 episodes out of 5, and the last episode will be released somewhere in 2023. So I must wait like 1 year or even more until it will be released. 1.5 maybe. So far it's very awesome and mystery is very awesome. And I really want to solve it, but it's not possible. Okay, let's skip what we saw. Why she was smiling? They noticed something strange. Obviously, Polina is not good here. We shouldn't stay with her. Polina could hardly keep herself from smiling. Does she really hate dogs so much that what the skinny guy did amused her? After looking eyes with me, she changed her jubilant smirk to a thoughtful grimace. She's pretending. Why isn't she running away? I saw it in her. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusory twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were they just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind? Okay, this one is given. Roma tells them to stop.
прости, но пацанам надо по-мужски побазарить.
Sorry, but the boys need to sort this out, man to man.
А тебе в сторонке постоять.
Can you just stand aside and watch?
Беша, подсоби!
Okay, we saw it. Please stop them.
Ты уже все доказал!
You've proved your point.
Дай нам уйти!
Let us go.
Ты иди.
You can go anytime.
А мы пока мусор приберем.
And we'll take out the trash in the meantime. What bugged me at that moment wasn't even the humiliating attitude from Romka, but rather how sweet Polina had addressed him. The delinquents were pushing the girl toward the pines. Branches were swaying back and forth as if whispering something, giving me hope. Okay, let me save one more time. I don't know how to grab the ring. There was a knife this time? There was a knife or not? There was. I didn't shriek it. Yonka winking at you, as if saying, don't worry, I've got this. Calm and relaxed. Savages, is this the first time you see a mask?
Таких конченых не
As shit
видели.
as this? Mia?
А знаешь что?
My question, what will happen? Anyway, we'll select 2 different outcomes here, anyway. Oh, I can find them. Not when Polina is here.
Не надену.
No, I won't abandon Polina.
Только учти, Сёма,
Let me warn you, sir. Simeon swore slightly and glared first at me then at Polina.
Влад,
Polina covered her face with your hands in terror. Skipping. So here it is. What if I put it on this time? Because I don't understand this achievement, or... Let's check the boss outcome. First I put it on. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. To my horror, Polina bent the face, stood behind the back of the giant chair. She looked at me with a mix of surprise and bewilderment. And maybe even disappointment. What else did I expect? That I will turn into a superhero and save her after putting on a piece of old carton on my stupid face? Sorry. My vision bolstered by adrenaline a moment before returning to normal. Polina's nervous face became blurry again.
Вот это был номер.
Now that was something. Give it back what? Ah, glasses.
Верни, гад!
Give it that.
Отдай очки.
Four bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. I felt around aimlessly. One of the figures was about to rush toward me, but was stopped by another.
Ты не переживай, ушастый.
So it's actually always a bad outcome if you're trying to put on this mask.
Мы Полину сами проводим.
We'll
В
stop
обиду
Polina
не дадим.
ourselves. She'll be in safe hands.
А то тут психов по лесу шляется, мама не горюй. Да, Полин?
You know, there are a lot of shady types snooping around here and all, right, Polina? She didn't reply, just stepped back toward the bushes. I was overflowing with despair. Totally the same. Okay.
Не хочу к ней!
Okay, I'm going to load here. Let's see. What will happen if we fight back? I noticed Paulina's face stretching horror.
Ты...
It's also totally the same. How can we get this ring? Simeon lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers, with gnawed fingernails. Yes, get him! The same moment the world became fuzzy and black trees and the faces of my classmates all blurred.
Мои очки! Что? Ничего не видишь без очков, мудила?
Glasses. What, can't see anything without them, sucker? He threw up his hands that was hiding my glasses towards the sky, so I couldn't get top them.
Отдай! Сейчас же
Give them back. Give it back right. And they do nothing here. I was interrupted by a leaden fist with a sharp signet that hit me in the brow, producing a crackling sound. Saw me to the frozen ass, because Ronka actually cares about himself and only himself. Looks like we got a new achievement. Cycle of blurry faces. Dying from disgusting laughter was mocking me, making me want to puke. And as soon as I was almost able to catch my breath, a blurry figure rushed toward me. But instead of a new hit, I was offered an outreacher's hand. Immediately grabbed it, hoping it was Paulina, but I soon realized how wrong I was after I felt the stink of dry blisters in the palm. It was Ronka. He helped me stand up.
Правда ничего не видишь?
Can't see anything? For real? His voice sounded compassionate, which surprised me. I squinted, trying to find Paulina in the fog before my eyes. She saw guessing in my things and putting them back in my school bag.
А слышишь, хорошо?
And what about your Heron?
А?
He leaned in close and asked with a voice that was way less friendly.
Слышишь ты хорошо, Антошка?
Can you hear me fine, Antoshka?
Да.
Yeah. I blinked in bewilderment.
Ну так слушай внимательно.
Well, then listen closely. He brushed off my coat and then hit me in the jaw with all his might. My jaw clicked. If my tongue was between my teeth at that moment, I would not only be blind, but I would also talk worse than Biasha. I staggered. The world around me spun like a backtop again. Ronka held me by the elbow, preventing me from falling over.
Антон!
Biasha looked her in his arms, preventing her from running to my side.
Это тебе аванс.
Consider this a warning.
Еще раз увижу тебя с Полинкой, хотя бы в метре от нее пеняй на себя.
If I ever see you anywhere near Paulina, even a meter close, I won't let it slide.
Ты понял, а?
Got it?
Да.
Yeah.
Чисто
His fist landed in my temple. The world turned upside down. It felt like I was falling into the sky in the color of decaying meat. I grabbed the roots to stop myself from tumbling more. My consciousness was drifting on top of the abyss, gliding to its depths like a deflated balloon. I tried to get up.
Отпусти!
A blurry silhouette that probably belonged to Paulina was fighting back, but two others held her by the hands and dragged her away.
Мы домой тебя проводим, не бойся.
We'll take you home. Don't be scared.
Мало ли, какие психи по лесу
Yeah, you know what kind of psychos roam this forest.
А Тоша пускай отдохнет.
And Tosha should rest for a bit.
Полина!
Ромka's boots met with my face. My hand got twisted. The back of my head hit the eyes. My eyes obediently rolled over. The darkness jumped out, took a stance, just to devour me. Yeah, tough luck. Unlocked, but I still don't understand how to get the ring. Tough luck. Next Voltron. Next ring, so we can get ring after Voltron. Next we must lose. Made your sister happy? With Polaroids, maybe? No. And accept or refuse amulets. Oh gosh, can I do this today? Because if I will not do this today, so we'll left like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay, 1 hour to play it. Simon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Turn around, dug my nose into the bed sheets, forced my eyes open with great difficulty. Painting on the walls, books, a pile of comic magazines. I felt up my chin, afraid that it will respond with sharp pain. My fingers slid across my face to my temples. No bumps, no pain. I sat up, blinking in surprise, fixed my glasses. Started my hands, clean without any mud, under the nails. My school bag was reclined against the table. I heard bits and pieces of conversation through the door. I was at home, in my bedroom. Did I get here myself? And about the glasses, did Simeon return them? Polina maybe? When I no friend? I decided to leave that question for later and look out the window. The forest had many secrets, and wasn't in any hurry to reveal them to me. The clock on the nightstand showed 10 a.m. Sun was already above the field, but it didn't bring any warmth. The thicket mourned from its cracking bones. Holy shit, it's a new selection to open the door. Okay. I went out in the hallway, and the conversation became clearer. Laughter. I heard that mom laugh in so long. In the silent house among the sneaking shadows. Such an orderly, but their laughter. I sneaked through the ladder to the lower floor as if afraid to spoil that moment. And then I asked him, do you have any comics? I want to buy some for my bunny. Bunny? And he goes, your rabbit reads comics? Mom bursts out laughing, Olia followed suit. Well, yeah, I'll tell him my bunny is well trained. You're the best. His name is Gosha? Did you doubt me? I don't think it's related to Gosha. Not even for a second. Mom and Dad sitting on the tree. What the heck is going on? When I entered the kitchen, Mom was kissing Dad on the forehead, and he was gently stroking her shoulder. All I sat between our parents, armed with a fork. A polka-dotted cooking pot emanated a pleasant aroma, even the lid was on.
А вот и он!
Here he is.
Привет, Соня. Весь в отца.
What just happened? Hazy sleepyhead took after your father and said, maybe it's just a dream? A trip. A white canvas of a frosted window behind Mom's back made it look like she was on someone's painting.
Садись, садись, в ногах правды нет.
Come on, sit down, take a load off your feet.
А завтрак – самое важное для здорового человека.
Breakfast is the most important thing for any healthy person. I sat down, a charming smile on my lips. Olia winked at me, and the lamp on the table flickered in unison with her.
Заспанный какой.
You look so sleepy.
Какой есть! Наш родной. В детдом сдавать поздно.
Well, what can you do? He's our child. It's already too late to hand him over to an orphanage. Dad let out a dry laugh to show he was joking. Mom slapped him on the shoulder.
Ой,
Ой, я голодная, страшно.
I'm so hungry.
А мы, думаешь, просто так тут слюной капаем?
Do you think you're the only person who's dripping saliva over here?
Братик, ты так кушать будешь?
Big bro, will you eat like this?
Как?
How? I caught the sparkling gazes of my parents on myself. If I had a camera at that moment, I would take a snap so I could always look at those smiles on the photograph. I wanted this beautiful moment to last forever. The light bulb went out and then came back. The window glass shuddered slightly.
Сними маску, сынок. Есть же неудобно.
Take the mask off, son. It'll get in the way of eating.
Какую маску?
A what mask? Silly smile got stuck on my face. Dad showed me his sturdy white teeth that looked like piano keys. He looks very creepy.
Снимай, снимай, заяц.
Come on, take it off, bunny. Slid my hands across my cheek, let out a laugh.
Вы о чем?
What do you mean? The whole family was laughing now, pointing their fingers at me and slapping their knees. And that tablecloth. Dad wiped his wet eyes with his knuckles.
Ух, насмешил ты нас. Ну, молодец.
Well, good job making us laugh, son.
А теперь маску сними, будь добр.
Now take off your mask, please. I touched my face again. My skin went numb.
Но на мне нет маски.
But I'm not wearing a mask. Mom fidgeted on her chair. She tilted her head and squinted. Colors behind her back turned grey and kept getting darker with every passing moment.
Но я не могу уже терпеть.
I can't wait anymore.
Сними маску, не валяй дурака.
Take off the mask, stop fooling around. His voice was kind but firm.
Мам, Тоша меня пугает.
Mom, Tosha is scaring me. Her legs scraped against the floorboards. Ollie moved away from me. Come on. She wasn't smiling anymore. Actually, there wasn't a single smile left in the room if you don't count the cracks in the walls.
Что ты наделал? Твоя сестра плачет.
What have you done? You made your sister cry.
Но
What? Oh, you saw it. Your eyes downcast, sneaking farewell glances at me. Why so loud? Mom slammed her fist on the table, and I almost fell to the floor along with the chair.
Сын называется. Мы веселились, а тут ты пришел. Испортил все.
This head movement was from the Jacob's ladder? What is this grace of son? We were all having fun and then you came around and ruined everything. Splashes of saliva flew at me. This is scary, it's funny. I turned to Dad, begging him to explain what was going on. Sticky syrup trickled down Dad's shirt, falling on his shirt. His eyes were looking in different directions. Just a prank. I don't know, it's very funny movie. Look at the faces. There was a loud sound in the attic. Water pipes grumbled. The house was alive. They have water pipes in the house? Expensive. Every room had someone rustling, moving around, breathing in it. Light bulbs started flickering like a stroboscope. The face of my parents disappeared into the darkness, only to appear again moments later. Outside, a tall shadow walked past the window. It's Krampus. This time, isn't it? Soon everyone will be taken away to that asylum. I was about to jump up and run away, but my body wasn't listening to my commands. My hands just apparently stayed on the table. I was just an onlooker. The light went out. I spent 3 heartbeats in complete darkness. His mother is a fox. Then the bulb flashed with blinding light. 3 masks were looking at me with their gaping eyes. fox woman, where my mom was just a moment ago. A wolf man at the heart of the table. And a bunny girl, my Olive. I couldn't even ask why they put on these strange and scary animal faces, and why the four of them was moving, as if there's something written inside the mask with them, making the papier-mâché bulge. My tongue didn't listen to the commands my brain sent to it. I could only shift my gaze between the mask, watching the long twisted shadows behind the back of my family.
Кушать подано!
Possessed? She tore off the lid from the pot, while he finally understands that everyone in this village, even his parents, are wearing masks. And these animals in the forest are not. Nice. A cut-off head was lying in the bloody gravel. A pair of glazed eyes was drilling me from inside the pot. Its mouth was open in a silent scream. The head at the bottom of the pot belonged to me. Blood ran down the agonized face of the cut-off head. At the same time, something hot started screaming from my nostrils. Scarlet drops falling on the tablecloth.
Ешь!
Eat up. I screamed. I shoved up, my jaw was burning, as were my temples. The kitchen, the beast in animal mask, and the dead head, everything had disappeared. Everything but the goddamn mask that was haunting me. One of the delinquents put it on me for the laughs. Tore off the bunny face that had already stuck to my face. Sorry. Threw it in the darkness and released it. I woke up near the crumbled snowman in the forest. Carrot's lunch. Covered in snow and coniferous needles, without my glasses and with a smashed face. So I blacked out. Horrible. Pulsating pain seems like a gift compared to the horrors I just witnessed. I stood up, spitting out blood. The forest seems like a prison that was keeping me in with its wooden bars. I didn't know how long I was out. My limbs were numb from the cold, my pants were soaking wet. I stood alone in a ring of towering trunks, not being able to see anything. Everything around me moved, trembled. My ears went numb from all the rusting. The treetops melted into the darkness of the cosmos. The bushes became empty cells whose occupants were suddenly set free. It felt like a clouded fan could fly out of the darkness into my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream, somewhere far away.
Антон!
Okay, we saw it. We saw it!
Ты совсем сдурел? Это вообще как понимать?
Why are you asking this? We as a victim here went toward him hoping that he won't melt, that he's not another trick that my insane mind playing on me. He turned out to be real, warm and alive.
Язык проглотил?
Met a girl from your class on the road. She said, brushes crackled in the distance. I nodded and moved my legs. Car? Wait a second, there was a car. But there will be no garage here. Only when we go to the car that noticed my scratches.
Тебя били?
Somebody hurt you. I felt up my cheek.
Подрался.
I got into a fight.
Из-за чего?
Or what?
Из-за девушки.
A girl. He replied with a thoughtful nod. Had the low hum of the engine. But that wore a fearful expression. It wasn't that sticky fear that paralyzed me in the nightmare, though. His fear was noble, like crystal clear diamond. He opened the glove box and got some napkins out of there.
Драться за девушку? Это правильно.
Fighting for the girl you like is right? No.
Да, нужно решать конфликт словами, но иногда слова не помогают.
Yes, normally you try to resolve things with words, but it just sometimes words don't work. Words will never work, but that flash and courage smiled at me. And there's actually a pistolet here, a gun. But look! It will not solve anything until you actually kill your opponent, because he will never ever stop bullying you. It's not you. This will never stop. Right as he was about to close the glove, I noticed a handle peeking from under a rock. He was carrying a gun around. My dad, a true intellectual, had a pistol with him, like an action movie hero. Or like an ordinary thug, some voice whispered to me. Pines were flying by in the window, the car's lights were struggling against the darkness. And no garage, because we didn't meet Alisa, who actually tried to help us to find this floor. The car carried my back home. That was constantly studying me in the black mirror. I was thinking about the gun, about my dreams, about people in animal masks that pretended to be my parents. So, looks like from the first try I got the best ending here in the whole story. Every other outcome was terrible. Sometimes you have to work with your fists. You work with your fists, but they had a knife, by the way. And the white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry sky. Yes, keeping all of this. Memories about my family in disgusting mass attacked, bombarded me like the underhanded blows of my classmates. The furry faces of my family stood before my eyes fully again. Their pulsy mouths full of thick saliva. What's happening to me? What kind of tricks is my mind playing on me? And it's midnight right now, gosh, I thought I will finish this game today, but no, I can't. This bunny mask was real, just appeared in my school bag out of nowhere, as if I never threw it away in the forest. Shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth. Gave you some roses. He's probably never even been to Moscow?
Это ничтожество даже постоять за себя не может.
You saw this, come on, skip it. Remember our walk yesterday cooled off my head. Polina's hatred toward dogs, while understandable, was still alarming. Could a charming girl like you really be nesting something so repulsive inside her heart? Immediately I remembered my dad's shady past that recently resurfaced. Person I idealized was the reason for us moving to this bleak countryside. As he was, according to mom's, screams that were coming from the other side of the wall. Still, Paulina tried to defend me from the delinquent gun, even she failed at it. She was pleading for Romka to leave me alone and gathered my belongings that were strewn around the forest while finding terrors. And when those bastards tried to drag her away, she resisted with all the might she had in her fragile body. In the end, she was the one to find my house, lost among the taiga, and told my dad that I lied there all alone in the dark, abandoned in the middle of the forest after the beating. Maybe I'm being too harsh on her. So it's midnight. You know what? Maybe I should continue it on Monday. We'll finish it like in 1 hour. Every single achievement that left. And I will continue playing Ni no Kuni until I finish it. After this, I still have 2 requests and 1 game that I didn't finish, Red Dead Redemption 2. Ni no Kuni remake. Well, I think I will be playing it on PC, why not? And what was this? Oh yeah, Sonic Adventure. So I will return to Sonic very soon. You know what? We'll finish. Okay, we'll finish this game. We'll finish Ninokuni while playing Sonic Adventure in this order. After this, I will return to Ninokuni, and after this, finally I'll finish this stupid Red Dead Redemption. I didn't like it at all. Mostly because of the bugs? I don't know. Let me save here. Here, for example. Alright, let's see who is still in white right now. Upside Down Matt is online. Playing Alundra, PlayStation 1. The Ninokuni, the Visitor Companions, another platform is different. Yeah, I checked audiobook, it's working perfectly for me. Working pretty nice. Okay, let's read Upside Down Matt, despite that I don't remember when I started following him, and I had never seen him streaming so far, the first time. Upside Down Matt. Well, you can suggest somebody. Upside Down Matt. It's first playthrough of Alundra? Is it? I believe I played it several times. No, I didn't play it. I played Ark Slot. That's it. That's all for today. It's midnight, it's time to sleep. So, tomorrow definitely will be continued. See you next time. Anybody, Rava. See you. Bye.